Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. There's an art to a good story, and what's interesting is how that art applies to things that really happened. The thing about documented experiences is that they're often raw, unrefined, just a memory or a few notes scrawled in a notebook. Here, those encounters are carefully chosen and given the storytelling they deserve. It's about preserving the truth of the moment, while enhancing the atmosphere, transforming raw accounts into something beautiful and resonant. These aren't made-up tales. They are real encounters that have been thoughtfully adapted for nighttime listening. It's remarkable how a real event, respectfully handled, can be so much more compelling than fiction, for anyone who appreciates the craft of storytelling as much as the truth of an experience. There's something here for you. We hope you'll like and subscribe to help the channel grow, and be sure to hit that bell so you won't miss new episodes. A quick note, you'll hear a few ads in the first 10 to 15 minutes, but after that it's just uninterrupted sleep listening. Sleep well, and dream dark. I started on nights at the Sinclair out by the cemetery, the kind of station that looks like a postcard when the fog rolls low across the fields and turns the sodium lights into halos. You learn faces when you work nights in a small town. You learn which trucks grumble in before midnight, which coffee cups are chipped at the lip, who says 3 words more than they have to. I liked the pace. The routine softened the edges of being awake when most people weren't. Around 2 in the morning, the fog would thicken to the point where the world felt reduced to an arm's reach. That was when I first heard the sound. A whistle so clean and precise it had to be someone's tune. 3 notes, a half pause, then 2 falling, as if calling a dog. The first time I figured it was a radio in someone's car. The second time it came from the direction of the cemetery. The third time, my friend Miguel, who sometimes hung around to keep me company, cocked his head and said, "That sounds like my granddad's call. He used to call us in from the creek with that exact thing." We stood out on the cracked concrete, breath frosting in the cold. The fog drifted in ribbons between the headstones across the road. The whistle came again, 3 up, 2 down, and it did something odd inside my chest. Not fear exactly, but a tug of familiarity strong enough to make you step forward without deciding to. "Probably some kid messing with us," I said. Miguel grinned. "Or a drunk. Semen. Let's see." We crossed the road with our phone lights cutting flat pale cones through the dark. The cemetery's gate was always left propped by a brick because folks here didn't see the harm in checking on their dead at odd hours. The fog settled like a quilt over the names. We followed the sound past the baby section. Wind chimes tangled in their own strings, past the bishop's angel with its moss-stippled hands. Every time we turned, the sound was just ahead, never quite close, perfectly placed to keep us moving. "Hello," Miguel called, and then he whistled back. The same 5 notes. His reply turned the fog into a listening room. The answering whistle came from our right. Closer. I felt it. The way you feel someone walk into the room you're not looking at. I should have said we should go. Instead I said again. And Miguel did it again. Breath steady. Head tilted. The next reply came from low to the ground. Too low for a mouth and lungs. It had that clean edge of the first notes. But underneath it was a rasp, like something dragging over dry leaves. We both heard it, and I watched the smile hitch and go flat on Miguel's face. "Probably a raccoon caught in the fence," I said, because it was the nearest lie. We stood another minute, then 2, expecting the joke to reveal itself. It didn't. The fog made distances tricky, but somewhere between a marble lamb and the cracked base of a Civil War obelisk, something shifted. Not a shadow. There were no shadows, but a density. A slight thickening of the fog that moved. It was the sort of thing you tell yourself you didn't see as soon as you see it. "Hey," Miguel said quietly, tugging my sleeve the way a kid does. "Let's head back." We did. We didn't run. The whistle didn't follow. Back under the station lights we laughed, because the alternative was to go inside and lock the door and admit we'd been spooked by fog. At the end of my shift I drove home through the wet black streets, and told myself I'd dreamed the low reply. 2 nights later, the whistle came again at the same time. I looked at the clock and felt it before I heard it, the tilt forward in my chest. I didn't go across. I stood under the door's bell and listened. When it didn't repeat, I shook it off. That week, someone started stacking the pump towels in neat little piles on the back step. I found them when I took the trash out. 3 layers of rags, smallest on top, a little triangle of gravel placed at the peak like a flag. I thought Miguel was messing with me. He swore he wasn't. On Friday, an old man I knew only as Mr. Fitch came in for his usual blue Gatorade and pack of Reds. He worked a farm on the south side. Always wore the same duck canvas jacket no matter the month. At the counter, he watched me bag his things and said, like he was resuming a conversation I'd missed the start of, "You've been whistling back." I blinked. "Pardon?" "At night. Across there." He jerked his chin toward the cemetery. "You hear something, you don't answer. That's the rule. Same for names. Same for knocks." I smiled because he was old, and because I didn't want to invite the story. He didn't need the invitation. "There was a boy," he said, 70-some years back, got lost in the fog coming back from his aunt's. Folks heard him calling. They called back till their throats ripped. Didn't find him till spring when the creek pulled back. After that, people started hearing him, then other things that learned the tune. He tapped the counter for emphasis. A tiny drum. "Don't give it your breath. Don't give it your notice." I told him I had to mop before the school rush. He left me with the bell jangling and the sense of being watched by the door glass from the wrong side. That same night, I walked out at 2 and found a small item set just at the edge of the light. It was a button, mother of pearl, the kind you see on old shirts, dulled to the color of fog. It was set on a folded Kleenex like it had been laid out. There was grit on the button's rim where it had been pushed into dirt and pried out again. I turned it in my hand, and the feeling that I'd seen it before ran cold through me. My father had a shirt like that when I was small. He wore it to church, then to mow the lawn when the collar frayed. I could see the buttons lined in their white like little moons. I put the button in my pocket. Miguel whistled to it 2 nights later. He'd teased me for being spooked, and I'd told him what Fitch had said, and the telling made it feel silly, like a kid's dare spoken in daylight. We were outside with coffees going cold in our hands when the tune came, soft as if from the inside of a shell. Miguel smiled that same crooked grin and said, "It's a kid," and he put 2 fingers to his mouth and made the sound perfect. It changed something. The silence after was not empty. The fog seemed to lean. The answering whistle was immediate and close as our breath. The density moved nearer, slow and deliberate. I don't know if Miguel saw it. He was looking less at a spot and more at the idea of sound. He whistled again, softer, like coaxing a shy cat. The thing that was not quite a shadow stopped 4 feet from his shoes. He looked down. I watched the fog heave as if something there took in, and let out a breath that didn't stir the air. "Okay," I said evenly, setting my coffee on the concrete so I could take his sleeve. Inside, we moved together like dancers. The bell on the door sounded like an alarm. Neither of us turned to look through the glass. We felt it anyway, standing just outside the bright, waiting as if the light had a threshold it could not cross except by invitation. That was the first night it followed us. I drove home with my shoulders creeping toward my ears, and the button warm as a coin in my pocket. At the corner where Cedar meets Church, I checked my mirror. There was nothing there. I checked again a block later, and my rear window was full of fog shaped wrong, the way a poured liquid holds to the sides of a glass. I didn't look a 3rd time. I pulled into my spot, climbed the stairs, unlocked quickly. The hallway smelled like boiled cabbage from Miss Dickharden 2B. I shut the door and leaned on it, and listened with my mouth open, like that would make the sounds truer. Something whistled once in the stairwell, soft enough it could have been the pipes. I didn't sleep so much as wait for morning. The day took the edge off, like it always does. I brushed the button clean and set it in a dish by the door. That afternoon, my girlfriend Leah came by. I told her some of it. She listened the way she does, serious and with her head tipped. She said, "Then don't go over there. Practical as shoes." She kissed my temple and said she'd pick me up at 6, so I wouldn't have to walk out to the station alone. At 5:30, she texted a picture of a little cairn on her porch rail. 3 pebbles from the river stacked careful as teeth. No caption. I called, she said it whistled, and tried to make a laugh out of it and didn't quite make it. I told her to come now. She did. We left the pebbles standing because knocking them down felt like acknowledging them. The old man came back the next night, as if his shopping schedule had been set by whatever had seized on us. He watched me ring him up and said, "You look like you didn't sleep. Do you have more of the story?" I asked, before I could make the smarter decision to say nothing. He nodded like I'd said what he expected. "You step toward it, it steps toward you. You step back. Sometimes it keeps coming. Some say it can't cross thresholds without a call. Some say it can but doesn't like to. Some say it's just a fox or a wind. All those things are true depending on the night. But the thing I believe is this: it learns you. It finds what sounds make you turn your head." He picked up his Gatorade. "If it leaves you a thing, don't take it." I thought of the mother of pearl buttons sitting in the dish by my door. When I got home, I put it back where I'd found it, on the back step where the light makes a square. In the morning, it was gone. Miguel and I went back to the cemetery once more, because we were stupid. Because curiosity seems harmless until it isn't. I won't say we intended to apologize. Who do you apologize to? But we meant to stand at the gate and say, in our human way, we didn't mean to invite you. The fog had no mercy that night. It was a living thing that pressed close and muffled our shoes. We didn't step off the path. We stood where the angel's moss hands could almost touch our shoulders. We found the rocks by accident. 3 small arrangements on a grave we didn't recognize, each stack built of flattish stones, careful and precise. There was a pressed leaf under one, curled brown into the shape of a fish. The headstone's name had worn away, but the date was a year and a day apart on either side. The fairy tale in me wanted to say it out loud. The practical part of me wanted to brush them away and make the world regular again. We did neither. We stood and listened to our own blood in our ears until the whistle came from behind us, where there was no behind, just the stone wall and a field, and we walked out without looking back. Leah started to hear it too. The same 3 up, 2 down, the same impossible closeness when no one was there. It found her at her apartment window one night, the kind with the old wavy glass that makes the world look like it's underwater. She called me whispering, and every time she stopped to listen, I heard it with her, not through the phone but in the room where I stood, as if proximity didn't matter anymore. In the morning there was a circle of dirt under her window where the grass had burned away in a neat ring, and in the center a marble, blue as a robin's egg, scuffed and old. She left it there. A day later it was gone. After that, we got careful. We didn't walk home alone. We didn't answer late knocks. We told the sound out loud in our kitchens and in our cars we would not reply. It didn't need our breath now. It had learned us. It visited when it liked. It stayed at thresholds mostly, as if bound to the border of light. It left small things I recognized but couldn't place. A safety pin with a hint of thread, a thimble dented in the side, a child's shoelace stiff with mud. When the fog came, it came thicker, and all the corners of town felt closer together, like the cemetery's edge had been pulled up and draped over the streets. I kept working nights. Routine is a kind of prayer. I made coffee, rang up smokes, told people to have a good one. I didn't whistle without thinking anymore. Miguel stopped visiting after 2. He started taking the long way home. Leah began leaving the radio on low in her living room. Some late-night talk station with callers whose voices slid in and out of reception like eels. We asked around in a way that made it sound like a story we'd heard from someone else. You know that old legend? I'd say when the station got quiet. Sometimes a person would nod and tell it like a parable, sometimes like a joke. The details changed how old the boy had been, whether his mother had called him hoarse, whether his dog had been found at his feet. But the core stayed. Something in the fog learns the sounds that open doors. I never saw a shape again the way I had that second night. Not as a thickening. That felt like a first courtesy, a reveal, the way a stray cat will show you its whole body before it takes to slipping in and out between your legs like a rumor. After, it was all suggestion, a shift in the air pressure, a ripple over the gas station's glass, the inexplicable neatness of small arrangements. The fear eased into something like vigilance. A low fire-banked and constant, unease became a roommate. I learned to look down at my hands when the whistle came, to count the tendons like ticks on a metronome, until the urge to lift my head passed. Mr. Fitch stopped coming in. I don't know if that meant something. His duck canvas jacket turned up on a hook at the VFW 2 weeks later. Pockets empty, sleeves stiff. Maybe he decided we'd either learned or we hadn't. On the worst night, the fog came inside the station. Not physically, there was no damp, but a sense as if the door had been left open to a field. I was wiping the counter. The bell rang when no one opened the door. The whistle sounded from the candy aisle, precise and pleasant, and then the answer, the low rasp, came from under the counter at my knees. I set the rag down, I said softly, and to the floor. I won't. It whistled again. The same 5 notes we all knew now, as if we'd known them since we were small, and a second later from the dark glass of the drink cooler came the sound of a child's voice saying, "Tommy," in that sing-song searching way, and then in my own mother's exact cadence, "Honey," the way she used to call me when the streetlights came on. My throat worked. I kept my eyes on my hands. I counted. I didn't reply. After a minute, and then another, the pressure eased like someone taking a hand off the small of my back. I breathed. Later that night, when the buses began their slow groaning turn past the station, a kid on the second bus, face pressed to the glass, whistled jokingly at me. His friends laughed. He didn't know, he wouldn't for a long time until he worked a job alone at 2 a.m. and discovered what sounds pull at him the deepest. In the morning, as the fog lifted and the light got honest again, I walked across to the cemetery by myself. The grass was wet, and the angels looked like ordinary stone. I went to the grave with the stacks. Something had remade them. 3 piles neat as prayers. On top of the smallest was a mother-of-pearl button, glossy and new, a twin for the one I'd returned. I stood there without taking it. I felt watched and not threatened, included and not welcomed. I said, because it felt right to give the boundary words. I won't take what's yours, and you won't take what's mine. The wind moved. Just wind. That's what it is now. A shared map of edges. Curiosity got us followed home. It turned familiar sounds, the ones that used to feel like safety, into lures we had to ignore. The thing learned us, and we learned it, in the way people and places do when they live together long enough. On nights when the fog is heavy, and the town is reduced to breath and light, the whistle comes like a reminder. It doesn't press as close if we don't answer. It waits a little way off, patient as a stray. I keep my head down, I count my hands, and I make coffee for whoever's awake with me in our small bright island between the dead and the living. I drove the winding road into the hollow because I didn't know where else to go. The afternoon lay warm and mild over the hills, the sky a faded blue quilted with thin clouds. At the bottom of the hollow, where the land flattened into a bowl of pasture and stone, our family cemetery huddled behind a low, rusting gate. It was the place my mother had always called the Morrison resting, as if the dead were only pausing there, catching their breath. I told myself I was only visiting, only bringing flowers to my mother's grave. But my hands shook when I killed the engine. Grief has its own weather system. It moves in and blocks the sun. In the weeks since the hospice nurse had called, everything in me felt overcast. I had snapped at my son for spilling juice, then wept so hard in the bathroom I had to run the shower to drown it out. I was a mother and a daughter, and lately I felt like I was failing at both. I found my mother's headstone in the older section near the split-rail fence, under a pair of white sycamores peeling in soft scrolls. The stone was already warmed by the afternoon light. When I touched the carved letters of her name, they felt like a smooth palm pressed back against mine. "Hi, Mom," I whispered. I told her about the bills piled on the kitchen table. about the way her grandson had asked whether heaven had bedrooms, about the tightness in my chest that wouldn't let me draw a full breath. I told her I didn't know how to go on without her voice at the other end of the line. The hollow stirred with a breeze. Grass whispered. I listened as if the wind might arrange itself into an answer. That's when I heard it. A thin sound, so small it could have been a bird complaining or the creek fussing over its stones. Except it shaped itself into sobbing. Sob, hitching sobs, full of a child's desperation. I froze, the hairs along my arms rising, the old part of my brain telling me to pretend I hadn't heard. But I am a mother before I am anything else. The sound pulled me, thread by thread. I followed it along the crooked rows of markers, past the tall obelisk for my great-great-grandfather and the low stones, so worn the names had dissolved into shadows. The sobbing came from behind a leaning headstone spattered with lichen. As I rounded it, my breath caught. A little girl stood there in a dress the color of rain, the hem crooked as if hurriedly hand-stitched. Her hair was pale and parted in the middle, braided into 2 ropes that had loosened into curls. She was translucent enough that through her shoulder the world continued, a slant of sun, a strip of fence. The air around her seemed a fraction cooler. She clutched the top of the headstone with small blue-veined hands and blinked salt-wet eyes at me through tears. Lucy, she said before I could speak, voice shivering like the underside of a leaf. I blinked, startled. Your name is Lucy, she nodded, mouth wobbling. I can't find my mama. So something in my chest opened like a door, letting in light. We'll find her, I heard myself say, and then I remembered where I was, which century I stood in, how the light here had a way of making edges blur. I looked down at the headstone. The letters, though worn to a shallow dusk, were legible. L.U.C. Morrison, 1847, 7-1. The name struck a chord in me, a familiar phrase from family stories, the sister of a great something who'd been called away by fever in a summer of bad water. My mother had told me once, her voice softening, there's a little Morrison girl down there who never got to be big. Lucy hiccuped, the sound small enough to tuck in my pocket. My instinct was simple and older than fear. I held out my hand. She looked at it, uncertain, then lifted her own. When our fingers touched, I expected nothing. My adult mind had already lined up all the explanations, stress, grief, the sort of daydream that becomes solid when you are too tired to argue with it. Instead, I felt her. I felt a loneliness that was wide and hollow-bellied, a fear like walking a long road at dusk with no lantern, and confusion as thick as fog. All of it poured through our small bridge of skin, and I had to steady myself on the headstone to take it. I know, I said, voice low. I know. She looked up at me with grave, old-fashioned eyes, the kind my grandmother had in photographs. I've been looking, she whispered. They went on. I fell asleep and woke up and... She glanced around. The hillside, the fence, the sky. It's all wrong. I squeezed her hand. Sometimes it is, I said, but your family didn't leave you. I glanced over the slope toward the cluster of stronger stones. The Morrison name cut deep and sure. They're waiting up there, it's not far. We walked together, our arms making a small swing. The air didn't ripple, the birds didn't fall silent. A dragonfly stitched a loose seam over the grass. A tractor coughed somewhere beyond the hill. It was only afternoon in a quiet family cemetery, and my life was still out there where I had left it in the car, in the pantry, in the laundry basket. But the hollow seemed to carry our footsteps in a way that acknowledged them. At the Morrison plot, I paused before the largest stone, old granite with moss and the O and the R. Every name I knew and every name I had only heard as a story shaped itself into a litany in my head. I let Lucy's hand go and touched the surname with my free palm, as if to call a house to the door. The light shifted. It might have been a cloud passing or the sun dropping a degree. It might have been something else. The warm gold of afternoon thickened, smeared with honey, and the shade under the sycamores reached toward us like a blanket being drawn up. Lucy breathed in. sharp and surprised. Her eyes fixed on a point just beyond me, not above, not below, but a soft center in the air, as if the hollow had a heart and it was opening. I felt pressure on my own chest, the familiar unbearable ache of being held by someone you thought you had lost forever. I didn't turn around, because I already knew, I had known since I was a child, that grief is a door with two sides. "Do you see them?" I asked. She nodded, tears settling. "Fama," she said, and the word changed timbre. It stopped being a plea and became a greeting. Her face, always meant for laughter, found its shape. She took a half step away from me and then hesitated, looking back. "Thank you," she whispered. I swallowed. "You're with your people, Lucy. You were never left." She smiled, such a small, solemn, brilliant thing. And then she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around my waist. It was like being hugged by sunlight. The chill left with her. When she let go, she was already a little more transparent, the fence line showing through her like a promise. She lifted a hand, lifted her face, and moved toward the golden place that our eyes, for whatever reason, don't usually know how to see. I stood there until the light returned to ordinary afternoon, and the sound of a truck on the county road stitched itself back into the day. My hand still held the echo of her small fingers. I looked down at the names carved into the granite. My mother's further down the row, my own someday, and I felt the quiet unfurl across my ribs. The problems I had carried into the hollow were still mine. The bills, the long to-do lists, the empty chair at Sunday dinner, but they had shifted, placed alongside a larger belonging. The tight place in my chest eased enough for a full breath. When I walked back to my mother's grave, the sun had slid, and the sycamore shadows had thickened into lace. I knelt and set the flowers, picked out a few ants and set them gently in the grass. "You would have liked her," I told my mother. She was brave. A breeze moved in the hollow, warm as a hand on my hair. The leaves agreed. Somewhere a bird sang two notes and then tried a third, as if searching for the right ending. I stood, brushed dirt from my knees, and looked around the small field of stones, each one a doorway with two sides. I imagined Lucy's little feet running in a house I couldn't see, a woman's arms stooping to catch her, the whole lineage gathering her in. And then I walked to the gate, turned back once, and felt unmistakably said without words, "Go on. You are not alone." At the car, I sat for a minute with my hands on the steering wheel. The afternoon laid out before me like a road. When I started the engine, it purred without complaint. The hollow held the sound for a breath, and then let it go. I drove away thinking of the small hand in mine, of my son's question about bedrooms in heaven, of the warm light that had found us and folded us in. The world was still the world, but the sky seemed higher, and the distance less heavy, and the rest of the day manageable. The way a path looks different when you know it leads home. I had aimed to make Elkins before dark, and I would have if I'd stayed on US Route 219. The turnoff looked harmless, one of those narrow county roads that promises a shorter way through the hardwoods. A gray line on the map that runs roughly parallel to the bigger highway. Late afternoon light slanted across the ridge in thin gold sheets. The console clock ticked toward evening. I had coffee sweating in the cup holder, a paper map folded badly on the passenger seat, and a phone screen that had been spinning on locating for 20 minutes. The odometer crept. The line of trees kept the sky to a ribbon. I kept telling myself it would reconnect soon. The road dropped to a single lane with grass pointing up from the center seam. Low limbs brushed the roof like a hand dragged across a table. A glint at the ditch turned out to be a farm gate hinge, with no gate attached. When I checked the phone again, it said no service. I rolled the window a crack to let the fog glass clear, and caught the smell of loam and wet leaves, sweet the way old wood can be. A mailbox with no house stood at the end of a crushed gravel drive. I passed it and felt that small wrongness of momentum, when a person knows they should have stopped and turned around, and did not. I tried to backtrack. It was harder than it should have been. The lane offered me a fork that had not been there or had been, and I had missed it. To the right, the ground rose under firs. To the left, the road fell into a hollow where a ditch bloomed with jewelweed. I picked right on instinct and climbed until the pavement cracked and gave up to dirt, then to two ruts divided by a grassy spine that ticked against the undercarriage. The dashboard cast its faint blue glow over my hands. The radio hissed and then settled into a wide, gentle silence. I eased my foot on the gas, then off again, wondering when it had last rained and how deep the mud might be if it did. The light changed fast once the sun slid behind the ridge. Color went out of the trees. The trunks drew themselves up into black lines. One more bend, I told myself, just far enough to find a spot to turn around. The bend didn't bring a turnout. It delivered a stake and wire fence and a break in the undergrowth that looked like a path. A white plank sign hung on a nail with no words left on it. At the end of the path, a field revealed itself in the way of fields. After a long tunnel of trees, with openness that feels like relief and exposure at the same time. Headstones stood in the field, set back from a line of scrub and a few twisted apple trees. They were tilted. Some leaned like people listening. The fence ran along the edge of the clearing with a strand missing here and there. Beyond the stones sat a small white chapel, paint gone chalky, roofline a little sagged in the middle, as if it had exhaled and never drawn breath again. The chapel's single door was propped not quite shut by a sand-filled coffee can. A barn swallow's nest had been started and abandoned in the crook above the lintel. There was no sound but the engine's slow cooling clicks when I killed the ignition. The first moment outside the car always gives me a sense of where I am. Gravel underfoot, damp in the shade, a path where shoes had worn the grass lower, the faint odor of rust off the fence staples. It wasn't cold, but the hour put a chill in the air. My headlights carved two cones into the clearing, backing the nearest stones with a pale light and leaving everything beyond that stranger. I stood at the gate and listened. The quiet felt alive, like a held breath. I could not say whether anyone kept the place up. The weeds were cut back just enough. The chapel window panes held more dust than glass and reflected the last thin stripe of sky. I touched the door, the wood soft under the flaking paint, and glanced in. Hughes faced a plain pulpit that was no more than a lectern sized for the front of a schoolroom. A few hymnals lay in a stack, their spines curled. Spiders had done well. The floorboards bowed up in one place and dipped in another. Some previous caretaker had tried to equalize the sag with shims that had kicked out. A simple brass lamp hung empty in the center, the wiring long gone, the shade tarnished into a mottled brown. There was a window with a rag of curtain, and another with just a frame. It struck me that if I had found this at noon, it would have been quaint. At that hour, light had thinned and took my bravado with it. It began with movement in the periphery, the way you sometimes catch the arc of a bird and mistake it for a leaf. I turned my head and the movement had no source. Then something caught my eye, a faint bloom of light beyond the older stones, as if someone had set down a lantern well in the back field. I told myself it was a reflection, maybe from my lights bouncing off a bit of glass in the grass. But the glow remained, and then there were more points, spaced out the way people space themselves when they gather and try to give each other room. At first, I took them for fireflies and a trick of late season. Then the points lengthened and sketched themselves into the faintest outline of form. Not solid at all, not bright, not stage show clear, just filaments of pale luminosity that suggested the hum of clothing, a tilt of a head, the angular bite of a shoulder. A woman's shape leaned and set its hands as if on the top of a stone, though nothing touched. A man's outline adjusted something at his waist that looked like a belt whose purpose had been defined in a century before mine. A small figure stood near the base of an oak stump, with a posture I associated with waiting, patient, not pleading. I did not run. I would like to say it was courage. It was more the kind of slow understanding that comes on like fog. My mind tried every human explanation it had, prank, lights, smoke, tired eyes, and found nothing to hold. The engine clicked again behind me, then was still. The skin on my forearms felt cool. I saw the outline of a person separate from the others and make a slow circuit toward me. No crunch of grass, no sound at all. Home movies have more noise. He came in like an old photograph brought out in a room, with low light, detail arriving as you settle over it. The man was tall by the standards of any time, shoulders squared, a long coat falling open from the chest, the faint angle of a sash or strap crossing. Where a hat would have sat, there was no brim, but I had the sense of one anyway, because absence can cast as strong a shadow as presence. He stopped a few paces from the gate, leaving the fence as a line between us. His face, insofar as a face could be gathered, had lines in it where habit had laid them. He lifted a hand and held it at shoulder level, palm out. It felt like the most careful greeting in the world. He did not startle me with speech. He let the moment stand as if offering me the chance to leave this field and pretend none of it had happened. When I did not move, his head tipped the smallest degree. "You are not from this ridge," he said, and it would have been a comfort in any other context to hear a voice that had a body's warmth in it. "We keep an eye on those who lose their way." I thought of all the stories a place like this collects. A walker who doesn't return, a foolish boy who goes too far on a dare, and felt a thread of fear that was more for the landscape than anything within it. "My phone died," I said, which was both true and not an explanation. He glanced toward the car, toward the glow of the dash that strained through the glass, then back to me. "The roads have changed names," he said. "They changed their minds too. We remember the older paths. There's a main road just beyond the trees if you take the right bends. You'll not find them on your device. We can help. We." My voice put a rise on the word I did not intend. He looked past me, and then to his right. "I shall send Mary Catherine. She knows this hollow as well as any." I didn't see her at first. She did not approach so much as resolve by degrees out of the deepening dusk, edges brightening where the background darkened, a gentler light than the others had carried. Young to my eye, but not a child. The impression of hair pulled back with a ribbon, a dress that suggested cotton more than wool, with the kind of seams a person who owns one good dress would keep mended twice over. Her presence had less to do with shape than with a field of air that felt cool and attentive. She stepped within arm's reach and paused, and I realized I was gripping the fence, the metal biting my palm. "If you'll allow it," the man said, "we'd not press." The politeness steadied me more than it should have. I nodded. "Thank you," I whispered, which felt odd, given that of all the things this moment was, ordinary courtesy was one. Mary Catherine turned her face toward the car, and I moved to open the passenger door before the thought had fully formed. The latch has a little give to it. There's always a moment in my car where the handle catches and then gives, and the door swings a bit wider than you intend. It did that now. I watched without meaning to watch for the alarm chime that signals when a passenger door is ajar. The chime did not sound. The dome light flicked on and threw a soft glow over the stained fabric and the paper map and the rubber band I'd snapped around a set of receipts. Mary Catherine's outline slipped into the seat without disturbing the map. The seat material did not indent. The air changed entirely. Cold. Not in a mean way, not the gut punch of panic cold. The kind of chill you feel when you lean into a spring house on a summer day and notice the difference on your skin. I clicked her seatbelt out of reflex, then realized what I was doing and left it draped where it was. I slid behind the wheel, shut my door gently and looked up at the field. The tall man had not moved. The other forms stood where they'd stood, watching, or simply present. He put 2 fingers to his brow in a motion that had been salute, or civil greeting in his time, and stepped back into their faint company. I waited for a word. None came. It wasn't that Mary Catherine refused to speak. It was that speech didn't seem necessary, where a person might say left. My hands turned, and it felt like the answer to a question I had not asked, where a person might say go straight to the second curve. My foot held steady and the turns came in the right order, gravity shifting me at each bend in a way that made sense to my body. The headlamps roped the trees. The cones of light lifted and lowered. A branch tapped the roof lightly like rain, and then it was gone, and the road opened just enough. The instrument lights glowed in their usual soft blue. There was nothing theatrical, no surges, no flickers, only the neat calm usual. In that calm, My fear eased like a knot slipped loose. We took a right where the ruts were deeper, and the ridge voice of frogs spoke from a puddle. We climbed gradually under a canopy of beech and maple. Once the car nosed out to an overlook where I could see the dark rolls of the forest falling away like a whale's back under cloud. Far below, something flashed pale and straight and gone. A river? A road? The notion of coordinates felt both absurd and precious. I tried, in the small way people try to hold on to a thing they know will not be theirs for long, to count the turns and measure the distances and fix the shape of the route in my head. But the woods make their own maps. I had the sense a person could walk this same path twice, and the shape would differ by degrees, both subtle and absolute. A doe stepped into the road ahead of us, and then another, smaller, trained on her mother's flank. I eased the brake and waited. The animals regarded the car with that mixture of surprise and indifference deer carry, then moved off. As they went, the smaller one paused to look toward the passenger side, ears forward. It felt for a breath as if it saw something that I was only barely seeing. Then it flicked its ears and leapt and was gone. I let the breath out. Beside me, the air swirled and stilled. When the radio found a station in snatches, a bar and then nothing, it did so the way radios do when you crest a ridge and the world briefly hands you a gift. The song didn't matter. The human voice did. We descended then, and the lane widened and smoothed. The trees thinned. I saw a bite of gravel where a large truck had pulled off at some point. We took a final bend, and the beam of my light struck a green metal sign with the number I had been hoping for. The paint shone dully. In the notch beyond it, a steady wash of light opened. US Route 219 at last. Shouldering its way along a valley I recognized. The kind of concrete that holds its own gravity, fast and true and maintained. I pulled up at the stop sign and let the car idle. The dash looked ordinary and good. My hands felt very human on the ridged plastic of the wheel. I turned my head toward the passenger seat to say what a person says at such times. There was no need. The map lay where it had lain, the seatbelt draped where it had draped. The air warmed as if a door had been closed elsewhere. I caught a small curve of moisture on the inside of the windshield glass, where a shape might have breathed, and then thought better of imposing meaning. I signaled, waited for 2 sets of headlights to pass, and merged. I did not try to spot the lane from the highway. The fast road makes things look near that are far, and far that are near. My shoulders dropped as the miles unfurled, markers appearing in order. A service station with a row of wrapped pallets, a feed store with an animated sign, the sudden flood of light at a crossroads. Elkins wasn't much farther. The phone found itself again and lit with messages that were already old. I drove on, the car steady, my mind replaying the field with the fence and the chapel, and the figures who had not insisted on being seen and had been seen anyway. The next afternoon, with the stubbornness that seems to be part of how I'm made, I tried to find the turn. I told myself I was only curious, that there's a kind of dignity in knowing the names of the roads that hold you when you're lost. I backtracked to the stretch where the lane should have let out. I drove it twice, then a third time. I found a cracked culvert, a mailbox with a new coat of paint, a trail access with a sign for the Monongahela National Forest. I swear had not been there the day before, and then a gravel apron leading to a field that was nothing like the field I remembered. I parked the car and walked a little way down, the most likely of the options. Grass came up to my shins. In the dim, the sky felt far. I stood and listened. Wind through leaves. A dog barking somewhere deep. Nothing else. On the way back, I stopped at a diner whose windows faced the highway. The waitress recommended the pie without asking if I wanted it, which is the kind of advice I follow. An older man at the counter told a story to the cook about losing a load of hay in a crosswind. The television showed weather for places I recognize in name only. When I asked about old cemeteries in the area, the waitress named 3 and pointed me toward a county historical pamphlet by the door. None had a chapel that matched the small white building I had stepped into. None sat at the end of a lane as narrow as the one I had taken. I thanked her and left a tip that felt like a tithe. I told myself I would look again, the next time my work brought me through that part of West Virginia. In the months that followed, The chance came and went twice. I slowed along the stretch where the woods draw in and the valley tightens. The radio attempted and failed. The phone showed one bar, then surrendered. Each time I chose to stay on the highway. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was a recognition I couldn't quite frame, that some places do not belong to a person who is not in need, and that whatever had opened that night had done so in precision, with no malice in it, and had closed with equal care. At home, the gloves compartment of my car holds a new paper atlas, the kind with grosser detail than any app would tolerate. I have a better flashlight. I make sure to top off the tank rather than see how far the warning light will carry me. These are the small adjustments people make when they have brushed up against a rule they had not known was in force. Every so often, in a stretch of evening when the light goes thin, and the dash blooms in a soft blue, my hand drifts to the passenger door handle, and I feel again the little give before the latch catches, and I see the way the clearing looked when it revealed itself, and I think of a tall man who kept a watch with patience, and a girl who knew her turns, and stayed until the highway opened like a river to the car's nose. On most nights I walk the upper loops before the gates locked, counting headstones the way some people count breaths. The hills on the north end rose up in layered terraces, oak roots gripping the slope like an old hand, and the gravel paths were always damp under the canopy. My routine was simple enough. Check the chain at Butler Street, clear spent flowers from the spigots, make note of slumped stones and newly sunken plots, small maintenance that felt more like shepherding than labor. By the time the city lights took on their distant orange, the air went thin and cool up there, the kind of cool that made your teeth rest together without you asking. That was when I usually turned toward the eastern ridge and started down, letting the view of the river cut through the trees. The first time I saw the markings, I thought it was just kids. Someone had set 3 short candles in a neat triangle near an older grave whose granite had flaked to a soft grit under my thumb. The wax was black and stiff, scratched with crescent lines and hash marks like a private shorthand. Between them, laid in a careful fan, were small bones the color of chalk. I was not the kind of person who dramatized litter. People do odd things with grief. You find locks of hair wrapped in tissue, tin charms, metals sunk in the soil. Every object gets a second life if someone needs it to. I picked up one of the bones and felt how light it was. A bird's maybe. I put it back. By morning it looked like the grounds had swallowed the arrangement. The wind had pushed the candles onto their sides. The bones had slipped down the slight grade. An ordinary scatter. I noted the plot number, and out of respect, didn't mention it in the logbook. Things began to accumulate after that. A charcoal circle faint as breath near another stone. 2 candle stubs smudged with a greasy soot. On a Tuesday, a pattern of smooth stones laid in alternating dark and pale arcs, like someone had tried to copy the ripples of a pond. Always small, always deliberate. The cemetery had its own ecosystem of oddities, and I had learned to be a patient tide, lifting and setting things down. I left most of it alone. The first night I saw them was in late October. The air had the clean bite it gets when the leaves are less attached to their branches than to gravity. I stood at the rise where you can see the domed roof of a mausoleum cut against the sky, and below it, farther along the slope, a band of people moved together in the half-light. There were maybe a dozen, maybe more. Hard to say in the trees, and they wore long dark outerwear that matched in a way you notice only when you've spent a lot of time cataloging edges and corners. Not uniforms exactly, but something they'd agreed on. They stood around a single grave. I knew from my route, the stone bore a carved laurel wreath gone soft with time and lichen. The group wasn't loud. There was no singing or chanting drifting up the hill. They moved their hands in a slow sequence, each person lifting and placing an object I couldn't make out, then changing positions, like the way pallbearers trade corners at a long service. If it was a memorial, it was a private one, unsanctioned by the office. That should have been the end of it. I should have called down the hill, should have walked over and asked them to leave, but something in the stillness held me. It felt as if the slope itself were waiting. The hair along my arms rose under my jacket. I remember thinking my breath looked too thick for the temperature. The cold pressed down. It wasn't the ordinary hilltop drop when the wind picks up. It was the sort of cold you feel the way you feel a hand over your mouth, a full covering, with a clear intent. The grass crisped under my boots. In a low place below me, a shallow fog began to billow, not the flat ground fog that sits like milk, but a rolling, kneeling thing that climbed and thinned, testing the slope. The people below did not rush or set down their objects in panic. They kept moving in that same unhurried way. Then somewhere under my feet, deeper than the roots, a sound began to carry through the soil. If you've worked long enough among stones, you make peace with sounds underfoot. There are pipes, old drain tiles, the cracking and settling of clay. This was not any of those. It had shape to it. It carried in a wavering rise and fall, like someone trying not to be heard and failing. I caught in the curve of it something that felt like laughter, bitter, held back notes, and braided through those notes were syllables I could not understand, but could not mistake for wind. There are times you don't doubt your own senses, even when you wish you could. This was one. The fog reached the group and wrapped them at the knees. In the dim light, their garments looked like a single dark ring, broken at intervals where a shoulder tipped or a hand lifted. The person at the head of it, a taller figure, straightened, and the whole ring paused as if a cue had been given. I stepped forward without realizing I had, gravel scuffing under my heel. The taller figure turned its head in the half-light and held it there, not hurried, not startled. When he started to climb toward me, the others stayed where they were. That detail lodged in me. Even close up, he was hard to fix in my mind. He was about my age. His hair had that run of gray that starts at the temples and never quite meets. His coat could have been anything. Too long to be ordinary. Too plain to be costume. We were a few steps apart when he spoke in a voice that carried without being loud. "You look after this place." He said it like a fact he'd checked. I told him that was my job. He nodded, looked back down toward the ring, then at me again. "You can hear it," he said. "Most people can at first." I didn't like that he'd chosen that word first. I told him he and his group couldn't be here after hours. The rules were in the office and on a sign by the gate. He agreed. He didn't move. "I can show you what to listen for," he said. "It's not nonsense. There's a way to listen without making anything happen." There was something careful in the way he said it, like he was avoiding a word on purpose. Somewhere behind him, a woman in the ring shifted her weight. The fog thinned, drew back a few feet, then pushed again, as if breathing. I told him to take his group and go. He nodded once more, but it felt like we had made two separate agreements, his and mine. He turned, walked down the slope, and the ring loosened into a line that threaded away among the stones and trees with a strange, almost polite quiet. By the time I reached the place they had stood, I could not find a single scuff. There were 3 dark candle stubs on the grass, and a circle of small bones in a pattern not quite symmetrical. The cold held on a few minutes longer, and then released me back to ordinary night. I did not sleep well. When I closed my eyes, the cold returned, not to my skin but to the space around my ribs, as if I had learned a new dimension of air and couldn't unlearn it. In the morning, the office asked if anything happened overnight. I said no. It felt like a lie and not a lie, but it turned out I would not have to live inside that distinction for long. Over the next week, the grounds whispered of disturbance. Sections that had held their pitch for years gave way on one side as if someone had leaned on them. Small sinkholes appeared in 2s and 3s. Not cratered, just soft pockets where the soil had settled into an unseen cavity. At one family plot, the bronze flower vases along the corners tilted inward in a way that would have been almost funny if it weren't so exact, as if some slow force under the rectangle were practicing geometry. I tamped the pockets with fill and took photos for the superintendent. The photos looked like bad composition, too much grass, not enough subject. At night, there were places I refused to stand. I wouldn't have admitted that to anyone, but my feet began to choose certain paths without my asking. The east slope near the laurel wreath stone, Called to me in that way, a thing calls when it is not for you. On Wednesday, I found a chalked symbol on the back of a low marker, a spiral that closed tight then failed to close, a single gap like a mouth. It rinsed away with the hose and never quite left. I saw the man again on a Thursday. Late, I had walked the border on the Butler Street side and was cutting back up under the taller oaks. He stepped out from behind a monument with his hands in the pockets of that long coat and fell in step beside me on the path like we'd planned it. I tried to find you at the office, he said. That's not how you prefer to meet. The sentence seemed careful, reconstructed from observation. I didn't answer. He kept a pace that matched mine exactly. It made me feel as if he had been watching my walk long enough to fix it in his body. You've kept this place steady, he said. You can tell when it's not. I told him he and the others needed to stop coming. He looked ahead, past a row of stones with lambs carved over names and dates. We didn't start it, he said. We only drew your attention to the condition. The resting here were roused long before any of us arrived. There was no contempt in his voice. If anything, there was something like consideration, as if he was trying to get me ready to receive bad news. It annoyed me. It felt like being patronized by a doctor who comes to your house to talk about your own floorboards. Listen, he said, and then he did a strange thing. He didn't stop walking, but he altered his footfalls so that they fell in a different pattern on the gravel. The sound of our steps separated instead of blending. A staggered rhythm that opened a small gap in the air between the crunch and the echo. Through that gap came the faintest sound from below. It could have been wind working a pipe. It could have been grief lodged in my body and given voice by the night. It could have been a person under the hill. It said a single word in the barest shape of a word, and if it had been clear or kind, I might have doubted it. But what I heard had an old frustration in it. The syllable was the shape of a warning. He stopped and looked at me. They're not pleased at being made to notice us, he said. You'll do what you want with that. I told him to go. He went. For a minute I stood in the path and took in the way the cold had shifted. The kind that radiates from a cellar door you know is open even before you feel the draft. Then I kept moving, because the only kindness I could give myself at that moment was to act like a person doing their job. Work is a shelter until it isn't. On Friday, near the same laurel wreath stone, I heard the sound again without any company to blame it on. I had just bent to clear a branch from a grave when the air around my ears dimmed. It is the best word for it. Dimmed as if sound itself had a brightness. The hair on the back of my neck lifted. In the ground under my left knee there was a tapping, slow and regular like knuckles on a wood table from somewhere too far to be practical. I straightened and took a step back. A figure stood a few stones down the slope. It looked like someone had placed a person in a coat where no person had been, and then left them to decide what to do about it. No breath, no shift of weight, just presence. When it turned its head toward me, the air thinned. It did not feel like danger the way a running dog feels like danger. It felt like the moment in a conversation when someone pretends to know you, and for a second you fear they are right. The voice came the way deep notes carry in your bones, not to my ear but through the cartilage in the jaw, the way trains announce themselves from miles away. I did not see a mouth move, man. Leave, it said. The word registered the way a hand pushes on a chest. Leave this place. I have heard plenty of disrespect in my life. I know when a command is a suggestion dressed up as something more. This was not that. The word did not come with a reason or an argument, and that frightened me more than anything. No claim to authority, no appeal to caution, just the shape of an outcome delivered. I work here, I said, which was a ridiculous thing to say to anyone, much less to what was in front of me. Leave while the ground still holds. The second message pressed. Not a sentence so much as the feeling of words stitched together. The fog that hadn't been there moments before arrived, as if summoned by the change in air. It rose from the low places and threaded among the stones, collecting around my calves in loose scarves. The temperature fell in a measured way, like water poured from a pitcher. I took one step back, then another. The figure didn't follow. It didn't need to. The way you know a room is empty when you walk in. I knew that if I ignored the command, something in the ordinary functioning of this place would tilt hard, and I would find it under my hands, under my boots, at the hinge of a gate that no longer sat true. The figure did not dissolve, exactly. It's more accurate to say that it ceased to be the most important thing in the scene. The fog reached up and turned the ground into the subject again. I left the slope. I walked toward the office without looking back, not because I thought it would punish me, but because I suddenly wanted to treat my neck as a private part of my body and protect it. The superintendent was in for a Saturday morning coordination and asked if I could stay on past the end of my shift. I heard my voice accept. Then I sat in the maintenance shed on the broken arm chair with its bright orange cushion and looked at the pegboard hooks holding shovels like quiet punctuation marks. I thought about the man's careful offer to teach me to hear what was already there. It had not been an offer to change the world, only to tune to it. That distinction would have pleased me a year ago. It made me ill that morning. I wrote my resignation on a sheet of printer paper with the in loving memory letterhead. The office used for programs. I said I had other obligations. I said I was grateful. It felt too formal, and also not formal enough for what I was choosing to leave. I placed the note under the superintendent's stapler, knowing he would find it when he came back from lunch, and took one last walk along the upper loop. Near the laurel wreath stone, I paused. The grass there always rises in a kind of cowlick no mower can discipline. The circle where the candles had been was gone. The chalk no longer whispered at the edges of the granite. It looked like nothing had ever happened. The air held steady and ordinary. A crow sailed low across the path and touched down on a warm strip of asphalt along the access road, shook itself and looked pleased. I took that as my permission to leave. At the gate on Butler Street, I checked the chain one more time. Not out of duty, but habit. Across the way, a bus changed gears. The city was going on with its busy work. There is a comfort in knowing that a human routine carries on, at a steady clip, whether or not you stand in it. I stood there a long time and let my breath become just breath again. By the time the last tourist bus wound its way out of the mountain town, Elise had already locked the glass cabinet and turned the little brass sign to closed. Her shop, High Ridge Antiques, sat on a slope where winter held on longer than it should. Even in early summer, crisp air drifted down off the peaks like a remembered chill. She loved it for the way it preserved things. Old paper, old wood, old stories. If you listened closely enough, the past seemed to murmur there. The dress arrived on a Wednesday inside a trunk the color of rain. The auction house was clearing estates from the valley, and the trunk looked promising, flatware. A tin of postcards, a pair of crystal candlesticks clouded with dust. Beneath a layer of tissue browned by time lay the gown. Bias-cut silk that once must have poured like water, now yellowed with age. Hand-sewn seed pearls circled the bodice in patient constellations. Across the chest, a V of lace lifted like breath. "Wedding," Elise whispered, touching the hem. The fabric was cool, colder than the air in the room, colder than her fingers. She thought of the women who had walked down aisles in dresses like this, pearls rattling softly as their hearts knocked hard and hopeful. Beautiful, she decided, and worrisomely fragile. She would display it, but carefully. A mannequin, a place out of direct light. By closing, the mountain wind had picked up, knocking softly against the old windows. Elise draped a cotton sheet over the dress and turned the thermostat up a notch. It didn't seem to help. A fine, stubborn chill gathered around the mannequin and slid along the floorboards. She rubbed her arms and told herself the trunk had been stored in a cellar. It would warm. That night, alone in the back room, she swore she heard someone sobbing. The sound thin and muffled as if behind a door. Pipes, she thought. The building was old. The radiators sang as they rattled to life. When the sobbing came again, fainter, trailing, it seemed to seep not from the walls but from the dress itself, the way a perfume years later will rise from an old scarf when you shake it out. She slept poorly. In the morning, the bell above the door startled her with its clear old-fashioned note. The man who stepped in wore the valley, the way the dress wore its pearls, quietly, with a kind of inevitability. Park ranger's jacket, sun-weathered face, a hat crushed respectfully in his hands. "You got that trunk from the Pomeroy estate?" he asked, nodding toward the front room. "I did," Elise said, alert to the tone people took when they recognized something in her shop. "Do you know it?" He walked with her to the mannequin. The sheet looked indecent suddenly. She lifted it away. As they stood there, an imperceptible current of air slid over them, an exhalation suddenly colder. The man remembered himself and stuck out a hand. "Name's Tom. I take care of, well, the cemetery, and some of the old records when folks ask." "Records," Elise repeated. Tom's eyes stayed on the dress. "There was a woman," he said after a beat. "Evelyn Hart. This was, I don't know, when the roads were still more dirt than asphalt. She was set to marry the blacksmith's boy. He died in a logging accident 3 weeks before the wedding. She was..." He caught himself. "She took it hard." Folks whispered about it. People were crueler then and kinder, both at once. Elise counted the stitches on a row of pearls. What happened to her? Tom took off his hat again. "She died by suicide," he said quietly. "Church wouldn't bury her in consecrated ground. Her family pushed for a plot near the stone wall. It isn't marked in any official way. They were ashamed, or afraid. Times were different." Sobbing, Elise thought, cold, a dress that held on to something like grief. "Why come here, Tom?" "Word travels," he said with a half smile. "Martha at the auction house mentioned the trunk. I'd been looking. Every few years someone in the valley hears crying in a house they just bought, or finds a mirror that won't hold their face. Little things from that family turn up. The Hart place was sold and sold again. Things scatter. Then the valley gets restless. Restless. Odd weather inside a room," he said, as if reading her mind. "Scent of wet violets when there are none. Never anything that hurts people. Just someone tugging at your sleeve. Someone trying to be seen." She loved him. He tapped the case gently, eyes shining with something that wasn't exactly fear. After Tom left, Elise paced the narrow aisles of her shop and felt the way a story sometimes becomes a presence you can run into. Customers came and went. A girl asked if the dress was for sale. Elise said no before she could think. "It's on hold," she added, and was surprised by her certainty. Days stretched. The temperature around the mannequin never quite matched the rest of the shop. A pocket of coolness in every season. Once, opening the back door to sweep, Elise smelled violets, clear and cold, and thought for a ridiculous instant she could see breath bloom from the dress's lace. Another afternoon, the bell tinkled when no one stood there, and in the curve of the glass cabinet she saw no more than a trick of light, a woman's outline layered over her own, veil blurred like fog. Elise told no one. She kept the dress. She dusted it. She listened. At night, the sobbing continued, less a cry from a throat than a sound the building made to itself. It was not frightening exactly. It was heartbreaking. The few times she slept early, she woke with the memory of a young man's laugh, puncturing, and a hand letting go of hers at the top of a long hill. Whatever haunted the dress was not angry. It was incomplete. In late autumn, when the aspens had let their coins go and the mountains wore caps of early snow, Elise found a mention of Evelyn Hart in a newspaper clipping, folded into one of the old postcards from the trunk. No obituary, only the smallest column adjacent tragedy and Hart family, and a line about a fiancé lost to industry's heedless haste, which sounded as though even the paper did not know how to be kind. The clipping's edges were soft and torn, where someone had worried them with their teeth or their hands. She called Tom. "I'd like to bring it to her," she said. "If you'll show me the place." Tom was silent for a moment, as if inventorying snow, daylight, the condition of his knees. "Tomorrow," he said. "Early, before the road ices." They went in his pickup, the dress wrapped in the cotton sheet and laid carefully in the back seat, like a passenger whose bones you didn't want to jar. The cemetery sat on a swell of ground, edged by a stone wall. The mountains leaned in at the horizon, blue with distance, humble and enormous. Their breath made shapes in the air as they walked. The world was very quiet. Tom led her not to the neat rows of stones, but to the wall itself, where the ground tilted and sank a little. The way Earth does that has been layered and layered with fallen leaves. Here, he said, laying a gloved hand on a patch of frozen grass. This is where they say her people came at night with a lantern. Elise did not know a ceremony for this. She did not know what anyone should say. She only knew that the dress felt through the cotton and across her forearms, like a bird you might lift and set free if you could find where the air was thinner. She folded back the sheet. The silk lay dull in the winter light, the pearls scarred with tiny imperfections. "Evelyn," she said, "I brought you what belongs to you." They stood a long time. The cold went from their ankles to their knees, from their fingers deep into bone. A breeze came over the wall and settled like a shawl. When Elise inhaled, she smelled violets, wet and tender, and knew that there were none anywhere near. Violets were a spring thing, and this was a day in which the world had made up its mind for winter. In the white air above the dress, something like an outline gathered first, softer than breath, then the suggestion of shoulders, the flicker of a veil. Beside it, a second shape took form, as if called by the first getting brave enough to show itself. Elise could not describe what she saw because it was not exactly seeing, it was knowing. A man's shape, slightly turned as if he had been waiting a long time and didn't want to crowd the space until he was sure. They came together not in an embrace, but with the certainty of two lines, finally intersecting at the point they had been drawn for. Tom had taken off his hat. He held it in front of him the way you hold a book, reverent, almost shy. Elise thought she heard the wedding march from somewhere impossibly distant, slowed by snow and years. She thought she saw the dress's lace lift as if with breath and then settle. She thought she watched the light itself change color, brightening at the edges like a dawn you'd waited for with your coat pulled tight. And then the shapes thinned. In the space of a heartbeat, they softened back into air, into cold and violet scent, into nothing you could point to. The sobbing in her memory hushed like a child who finally sleeps. Some mornings, Tom said later, after they'd wrapped the dress again and stood with the truck doors open to let the cold metal smell out. A mist drifts low over that wall. Folks say it's just how the field lies, how the ground keeps the night air longer. Funny though, it never comes in like that unless you're here early with purpose. When Elise hung the dress back in the shop that afternoon, the air around the mannequin had the same temperature as the rest of the room. When the bell above the door chimed with no one there, it was only the wind's familiar hand. The smell of violets did not return. With customers, she talked about price and provenance, and didn't say why she had decided, quietly, not to sell the gown at all. There were some things that wanted to stay where they could be touched by light, and noticed and let go of at the same time. She would keep it and keep it safe, and away from the kind of hands that wanted only something to own. Years rippled out. Sometimes, closing up in the blue hour, she would look up and see the dress in the reflection of her front window, the veil a question mark in the glass, and she would feel not the jolt of fear, but the gentle weight of what compassion can do. Maybe it had all been coincidence. Maybe mountain buildings are drafty and winter makes sounds in their bones, that a lonely woman translates into company. Or maybe love can be unfinished, even by death, and a silk dress can carry a note the way a violin does, long after the bow has risen. On the first spring after that winter, violets grew on the far side of the cemetery wall. Tom told her. He'd seen them when he was early with purpose. Elise smiled when he said it and thought of the way the couple had seemed to become the morning itself as they faded. The shop was quieter now, in a way that felt like blessing. She would stand with her hand on the glass cabinet and think of the trunk, the clipping, the cold, the sobbing. Discovery had led her to fear. Fear had softened into a kind of listening. Listening had become an act of returning, and return in the end was only another word for letting two people find each other again, and then moving aside so they could pass. I used to run at night when I was home, loops that cut behind the elementary school, along the black chain link at the dog park, across the ash-gray tennis courts where the net sagged, even after moving away. My legs remembered the route. That first week back, I went out after dinner. The air had that summer thickness. Sprinklers ticked on timed arcs. I stopped at the corner of Maple Street and Depot, laces undone, and realized how quiet the block had become since the mill shut down. No trucks groaning over the river bridge. No low machinery under the street like a faraway storm. I waited for it without thinking some leftover hum to clip my thoughts. And when the quiet held, a hollow space opened for the old stories to slip into. I hadn't thought of the legend in years until my cousin Drew and my high school friend Lena brought it up over coffee. They were still here. They'd both learned a way to live with the town's slowdown. Drew kept handyman hours that stretched around the edges. Lena managed the front desk at the Pilates studio on Main. I said something like, "I don't remember half of what we used to talk about." They laughed and told me I used to argue with rumors like they were misfiled facts. "Then you'll love this one," Lena said. She described a thing people said their grandparents said. If you press your ear to the ground in the old cemetery, Green Lawn, the one with the iron arch off Elm, you can hear the earth itself breathe. Not wind, not a highway, a breath, like a huge animal sleeping under the town. I started in on aquifers and buried culverts. There was an old canal that fed the paper mill, I said, and the brick is buried all over. Water moving through structures does produce sounds. You can feel trains before you hear them. It was automatic. It was also a way to keep other thoughts from starting. Lena tipped her head at me. "So we test it," she said. We went that night. We took my car because the trunk light still worked. It was late enough that the car lots had folded their flags, and the diner's neon script had a little halo around each letter. On Elm Street, the iron arch looked almost polished. I parked by the fence. The grass beyond lay flat and even, the stones predictable like teeth in a smile. We kept our flashlights down. It felt practical to move like that, even if there was no one to see us. There is a thing that happens, returning to a place you know in daylight, and stepping into it in the dark. Your body remembers distances, but your eyes don't. I chose a spot between two flat markers and my foot sank a little at the edge where the earth had slumped. The shift of weight pulled me back into myself. I could hear the irrigation on the soccer field across the street, chuffing in regular bursts. I could smell cut grass. I kneeled. "Let me," I said, partly to keep the embarrassment of being the one who demanded evidence from falling on them. Drew stood with the flashlight at his side. Its light pointed at the grass between his shoes. Lena hugged herself and looked off toward the gate, as if to hold the night in a particular frame. I put my ear down. The ground was cool. The first sound that came through was the obvious one, the blood in my own head. When you are waiting for something faint, every bodily noise is an insult to concentration. I breathed in, breathed out. Then I held still. Under the thickness of summer and the high-pitched insects and the gentle tick of whatever had cooled, I felt a low, constant presence. It wasn't a sound exactly. The bones of my jaw took it and passed it into the space behind my ear. There was a steady rise and fall to it, gentle, spaced out, the way someone breathes when they are asleep and unafraid. I kept trying to catch its edges with a concept. Pipe resonance, subsoil movement, a generator in a maintenance shed far away. The words didn't climb all the way up to meet it. "Do you feel anything?" Lena asked. I made the small hand motion that means wait. As my cheek warmed the ground, the sense of scale shifted. The thing under us was not small, or more carefully, the sensation of it did not have smallness. It filled the plane of dirt in every direction. I swallowed, and the movement broke contact. For a second, I thought of the old mill canal that ran parallel to the river. I pictured it covered over with concrete, with spaces underneath where bass notes could swell and ride. That was a fact I could use. I was relieved by it. Even as my body said, "Stand up now," the flashlight beam jerked. Drew took a quick step backward. "Hey," he said, and then the ground under his foot gave as if a section of sod had unlatched. He pitched forward onto his hands to catch himself, and his wrist slid into the opening, past the grass and the compressed soil. The look on his face was not the cartoon kind of panic. It was that small recalculation when the map of what a surface is fails you. I moved on my knees to pull him, setting my own hands where his were not. Lena crouched and grabbed his elbow. The hole didn't look like a hole. It looked like the part in a cowlick where the hair lays soft. But when I leaned over it, the air rising from it was cool and damp and steady. Drew's hand disappeared up to the meat of his forearm. He winced. Then his face went blank with concentration. "It's pulling," he said. His voice was low. He might have meant suction. He might have meant gravity. He might have meant a feeling that did not map to either. We set ourselves and pulled. The earth gave him back reluctantly. When his wrist came free, it was coated to mid-forearm in pale soil. He shook his hand the way you shake off lake water. Nothing clung. I watched for some physical residue to argue with. There wasn't any. I didn't realize I had been listening for the hum until I could feel it again through my knees. It was continuous. I wondered if it had never stopped. We weren't alone after that. I hadn't registered the soft sweep of a flashlight across the stones until it framed the arch in a long oval. A figure moved between markers with a practiced path that avoided the ankles of the knight. He wore a high-visibility vest loose over a t-shirt and carried what looked like a plastic painter's bucket and a scoop. He didn't shout. He didn't startle. He looked at us the way people look at kids who have wandered into a maintenance area. "Evening," he said mildly. "You're on the wrong side of the sign." Lena's mouth opened and closed. Drew tucked his dirty wrist against his stomach as if he could hide it on short notice. I said we're leaving on reflex. He stood over the dented patch and kind of flicked the scoop in his hand like he knew the beats of certain jobs, and this moment fell between two of them. "Don't stand there," he said, "it swells." He opened the bucket, and the smell that came out of it was sharp and chalky. The powder inside was fine and bright. He pinched some between his fingers and let it sift down onto the spot where the grass lay parted. Then more. He watched it settle, and when the first pinch hit the surface, the movement underneath changed. If you've ever laid your palm on the hood of a car and then watched the fan shut off, you know the lapse between feeling the machine and feeling the metal. It was like that, a soft easing. He kept applying the powder in a widening circle until the steady rise and fall blurred into something like the afterimage of a breath. The grass around the spot darkened with damp, as if a cold dish had been set there. "What is that?" I asked. He tapped the bucket with the scoop. "Just lime," he said, "for the soil." It did not make sense to me chemically. Lime neutralizes, lime dries. But I was not here in any official capacity, and his bucket said he was. He made a little motion with one hand that was not impolite and meant you should go. We left by a route that bent away from him and his bucket. My heart had gone from loud to exhausted. In the car, the three of us were quieter than people are after a prank. I backed out carefully. On Elm, the iron arch went by like a parent standing on the porch, lighted by a single lamp. No anger, just the fact of being seen. Back at my mother's house, Drew washed his arm at the sink with the care of someone who had had a surprise encounter with a living thing he did not want to name as such. He said it didn't hurt. He said it didn't feel like suction so much as being convinced. He said he was going to bed. He did not look at the floorboards when he said it. I lay awake longer than I meant to. The low presence I'd felt through the grass had its afterimage somewhere along my spine. I told myself a story about buried structure, about water and how it finds path and makes voice. It was a good story, and it had sources. It fit in my head the way maps fit in glove compartments. And yet my cheek still remembered the cool press, and my ear remembered the spacing of the rise and fall. I slept late and dreamed of basements where the east wall sweated in summer. The next afternoon, I went by Green Lawn at a decent hour and brought a small handheld recorder I used for note-taking when a turn of phrase came too fast for my thumbs. It was a cheap little thing. I had picked it up in a clearance bin because I missed the feel of buttons. I stood by the fence outside the gate and clicked it on. Cars went by on Elm in the regular afternoon rhythm of errands. A boy on a bike coasted past with his mouth open and a helmet strap undone. The recorder captured all of it without caring. I do not know why I thought pressing the recorder to the ground would be useful. It was ridiculous to imagine that a device designed for meetings would catch what my bones had caught. I did it anyway. I reached under the iron and set it on the grass at the edge, and I let it run. It felt like pushing my hand into a fountain to prove that the water was really wet. I let it run for a count and then stopped. I told myself I would listen later. I told myself I wouldn't be disappointed if it only picked up the sound of cars on Elm and a sprinkler on Maple doing its duty. I drove home on a route that cut down Depot, past the mural where the mill was painted, like a memory someone wanted to keep, but not too bold. The quiet of the block had a thickness to it that summer, air made worse. In the stairwell up to my mother's apartment, I paused because I thought for a second I could hear that low presence through the handrail. The way a building vibrates when a bus idles outside. The bus lane had been removed when the factory closed. The feeling persisted anyway. I told myself it was the air conditioner in the utility closet between the second and third floors. I listened to the recording that night, alone, with the lights on, because that felt reasonable. Static. A car's tires at the beginning like someone rubbing a finger along the rim of a glass. Insects in a bitmapped hiss. Then a new sound not placed on the map in my head. Not a growl, not a rumble. A thread that dipped and rose at intervals. My breath wanted to match before it decided not to. My first instinct was to look at the file as a waveform to render it into something comprehensible. And then I remembered how easily graphs become faces, and how difficult they are to unsee. I closed my eyes instead and counted. The spacing had a shape like sleep. I felt foolish. I turned it off. A week later, I moved back to my apartment in the city. I brought my duffel, a box of books I pretend I need for work when really I want the smell of paper under my hand, and a small object I did not confess to anyone, a brass button with a worn floral pattern I had found at Greenlawn in the little gutter of dirt that forms at the base of old fence posts. The sensible part of me would pick it up, I thought, to keep it off a mower blade. That was true. It was also true that I wanted to test whether certain feelings attached to places or to things. I put the button on my dresser like a coin I meant to spend, and forgot. It was there when I came back from runs along the river. It was there when I folded laundry. It did not do anything. In the mornings, I noticed that my building had developed a low hum. I hadn't noticed before. Old buildings do that, a building manager once told me. When the weather changes, the metal parts complain or settle. The particular quality of this sound was domestic and constant. It came through the baseboards, through the curve where the wall met the floor. In the bathroom, it seemed louder when my bare feet were on tile. I told myself it was the refrigerator doing what refrigerators do. I tried moving the dresser. The button skittered and clicked. The noise did not shift. I brought the recorder out and set it on the floor beside my bed. I recorded the night like a person trying to capture a mouse on tape. When I played it the next day, I could hear neighbors above me arguing about groceries with the steady goodwill of people who have argued about the same few groceries for years. Below that, no, I will not say below. Alongside that, there was a drag of sound the recorder made into a soft digital smear. It had no edges. I turned it up and the smear just widened. That was not a fact that would show well in any kind of report. I asked my landlord, in a casual register meant for email, whether any work had been done in the building that might involve new equipment. He did not answer for a few days, and then said they had replaced a pump in the basement to keep groundwater where it belonged. The phrase groundwater where it belonged caught somewhere behind my ribs like a cough. On a Saturday, I went to the library at the corner of West 3rd and Poplar and asked for the local history files. The woman at the desk had a way of sliding folders that made you feel that if you were careful enough with your fingertips, the past would unfold politely. I read about the canal that had taken water from the river to the mill, the way the channel had been bricked and braced, and how after the mill closed the town had covered stretches with concrete in segments that made the map look like a ladder laid sideways. There were notes about sinkholes in wet years and a few letters from the 90s in a tidy hand asking if anyone had noticed that low noise at night. An engineer wrote back about differential settling. It was accurate. It was not soothing. The thing that I am, for better or worse, is a person who has to press on the bruise to see if it is still there. I went back to the cemetery a second time alone, near closing because I was not looking to hide. It was one of those long evenings when the sky stays the color of paper over a window. I walked along the path and looked for the groundskeeper with the bucket. I did not see him. I stayed on the asphalt. I didn't kneel. I did put my hand on the ground where the grass met the path because it felt wrong not to. The hum came up through my fingers. It was steadier than my pulse. I knew nothing more than I had known, and my body knew that it had known before. Back in the city, the building settled into summer. The pipes made their small ticks. The pump in the basement cycled in a way I could not schedule. At odd hours in the scene between sleep and getting up, I could feel an attentive thing that might have been my own attention turned back on me. This is a common human problem. We collect experiences and then they echo. Sometimes the hum in the building made me think of the groundskeeper's bucket, and the way the powder had turned the breath into a memory of a breath. I bought a bag of lime at the hardware store, brought it up the stairs in a paper sack, felt ridiculous, and placed a small pile in a corner of the bedroom along the baseboard. I watched it settle into itself, a little cone like a model of a mountain. Air moved, dust moved, the cone softened, nothing else occurred. The hum did not cut out. I swept the powder up before it could bother anyone. I put the bag in the back of the closet with the other useless things you buy to feel like you have acted. When the recording comes up in my playlist by accident, it starts so quietly that I don't recognize it as the cemetery until the insects arrive. I don't delete it. It is evidence of something, even if the evidence is only that we went, because we were the kinds of people who would go, and I set my cheek to the lawn, because I am the kind of person who has to feel the ground for myself. When it reaches the part where the faint thread emerges, I look down, unsurprised to see that my breathing has unconsciously aligned and then corrected. There is a private column of air inside me that has learned not to match it. I think often of Drew's face when his wrist slid into the earth, and of how quickly he became patient, as if patience were the only tool you could bring to a thing you did not understand. I think of Lena making the invitation more lightly than she meant it, the way you evaluate a test's real scope after the first question. I think of the groundskeeper with his bucket of powder, not hurrying, not naming, handling a recurring problem like a leaky hose coupler or a stubborn hinge. These are all true things. They are enough. When I visit now, my running route takes me to the bridge over the river, where the mill used to send up steam. I stop and watch the water go under, even in August when it is low and reveals brickwork and a shopping cart and whatever else a river collects. The current passes like a thought through a crowded room, touching everything without apologizing. On some evenings, walking up Depot with sweat gathering at the small of my back, I can feel a weightless pressure at the soles of my feet that is not contact and not movement. I recognize it. I do not try to measure it. I keep on up the stairs, put my key in the lock, and set the brass button back on the dresser in its soft little ring of dust. I got back to Beria in August, when the walnuts were thudding onto the roof in the afternoon, and the heat left a fine powder on my tongue if I breathed through my mouth. My mother's house sat 3 blocks off Chestnut Street, with the same patched sidewalk it had when I was a kid, a thin seam where frost had chewed at it every winter. I spent the first days doing small hard things, scrubbing the iron skillet clean of old seasoning, sorting photos into boxes with dates written on masking tape, handing a set of spare keys to my sister. When I finally drove up to the cemetery on the hill to put in a request for my mother's name to be etched beneath my father's, there was a place near the slope where the ground didn't look right. The grass pelted there was greener, dimpling toward a stone figure with a wreath clutched to her chest. I pressed my shoe into the turf and felt it give, not like mud, but like sifted flour. The groundskeeper was a narrow man with a sun-hardened face and a crushed ball cap, always moving a step ahead of your eyes. He kept most of his thoughts in the slow way he walked the rows. My sister Dee to me, Danielle to everyone else, asked him about the sink. He said it had been like that for years, and once he asked the town for a load of dirt, but the patch ate it and made a joke of his work. He had a way of glancing over his shoulder when he spoke, like the wind might tell him if he'd said too much. He added that something the council did in the 70s rerouted water through that hill, and from there he let the subject fall. We were in that phase when everything you did to honor a parent felt performative, so we nodded and stood with our hands on the cool top of our parent's stone until the heat lifted a little and it seemed fair to get back to errands. I went up there more than made sense. If I had a paint can to shake loose at the hardware store, I took the long way around. The statue, more an obelisk with a carved woman on one face, had a hairline crack that you wouldn't notice unless you traced it with your eyes. Leaves collected at its base like they were caught in the eddy of a river. After rain, a shallow tea of water would gather and then vanish as if poured through a sieve. When autumn came on, the sinking became more pronounced. The ring of grass tightened. The mound on the downhill side slouched an inch that wasn't there the week before. I believed there had to be an ordinary fix. The world had a way of insisting itself into sense if you gave it enough tries. I called Micah, an old friend who did small jobs for porches and outbuildings. The kind of jobs you hire someone for when you want the boards to line up and the screws to sit flat, and your own patience has worn thin. He showed up in November with his tailgate piled with 3 bags of gravel and a borrowed tamp. We parked under the hickory, and he whistled low when he felt the turf shift under his heel. "You're going to want to shore the edges," he said, crouching to pull back a fan of grass. "It's undermined on one side." The two of us did the work in the way men do when they can't say out loud what weight they're trying to put down. Micah cut the plastic and shouldered a bag, and I took the flat shovel. The gravel slid and hissed against the metal, a sound like dry breath. We spread it even and tamped it firm. The surface took a set, then relaxed. It gave way again. Micah looked at me with the smallest shrug, the kind that says we can keep trying, but we both know what the outcome will be. We layered more. The pit, there was no other word for it, took it. There was no sudden collapse, no dramatic event. The pebbles simply sank, like grains working their way down through flour, finding invisible seams and slipping out of sight. When I pushed the shovel deeper, the handle vibrated in my grip as if it had struck something that wasn't stone or root, as if the tool were an instrument and the ground had plucked a string in it. A thought came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. Say names. It was not a voice in the way we talked to one another. It was how you remember a phrase stored so far back that you can't find the origin of it, only that it was true once and could be true again. I kept working. The shovel edge scraped against metal, a small, clean, bright sound in the damp. I reached into the cool grit and curled my fingers around a tag the size of a walnut shell. It came up caked as if it had been dipped in slip. I rubbed it with my thumb and the letters found their edges. J, Hairgrove. Then a number rubbed almost smooth. No rank stamped, no branch, just a name and the imprint of whoever had pressed the die. I said the name without thinking, just the 2 syllables. Steady and full. The ground stilled in a way I felt in my ankles. The pebbles we had just poured settled and held. Micah exhaled and laughed once through his nose, more from relief than humor. Then the crust gave again, gentle at first, then with an appetite. We both stood and took a half step back. The statue faced beyond us to a line of low trees, where the town thinned to pastures. Micah tapped the edge with a tamp, testing. "Maybe there's a culvert under here," he said. He stepped closer, put weight where the crust looked firm, and his boot went into the heel. He tried to shift left, and his other foot sank too. It was like the ground rolled forward under him and then seized around his ankles. He put out his hand and I grabbed his wrist. There have been a few times in my life when my body understood something before my mind caught up. My fingers closed around him and another grip closed around me. It wasn't cold. It wasn't even particularly strong. It was the feel of a wet cloth being twisted around bone. The pressure of someone who knew the shape of a wrist because their own had been held like that. I tried to plant my feet and they slid. I felt a twin pull on my left arm. Not a yanking, but a slow insistence that made my tendons hum. We said a lot at once then. I don't remember which of us told the other to hold on. I remember that the tamp clattered and settled on its side, and that my breath went short as if it had to push past grit in my throat. The statue did not look at us. The ground did what it had planned to do all along. I started saying names. Any names I could read from the stones nearest us, aloud and in sequence, the way you might recite streets in a neighborhood is a way back to the center. It wasn't neat. It wasn't pious. It was a litany of syllables as much as anything else. Starness, Ybarra, Floyd, Ness. I said J. Hargrove last, and the pressure eased. Not like the release of a trap, but like someone later in a handshake who decides that this is enough. We sat with our legs in front of us, our arms dusted to the elbow. The gravel we had spread now woven with the grass in a pattern that was ours and not ours. Micah's boot had a line of mud around it that looked like a cuff. Our wrists held the marks of fingers as if bruises could be smudges rubbed there by attention rather than force. He reached for the tamp, cautious now, and stood it on its base. "You're not going to fix that with bags from the feed store," he said finally. "No," I said. "We're not." We went to the office. If a building with one fluorescent tube and a coffee maker with its glass part missing could be called an office. Mr. Harlan had a calendar with a picture of Cumberland Falls and a metal drawer full of index cards. When I told him what had happened, he didn't accuse or warn. He didn't seem surprised. He gestured to 2 folding chairs and then took one for himself, as if we might be there for a while. He was a careful talker. He started with the part about the 70s, which was not about water at all. The crematory for the region back then was a square building with no windows on the backside. There was a day when a piece of the furnace gave out, and what was supposed to stay separate did not. He said it with a carpenter's modesty, choosing words as if he were trying to fit a shelf into an old corner without splintering it. People could be named and recorded, and their families could be written to and apologized to in words that were tested by lawyers, but there were also remains that no one could tie to the right papers anymore. The town made a project of it, he said, under a budget line that would look harmless to anyone who had a problem with their fence, and came to a meeting to talk about it. Trucks went up to the hill with loads that were described as fill, with a lot of words about density and compaction, and the virtues of planting ornamental shrubs. He was younger then. He had just started. He said there was a list of names that were known, and another of names that were only guessed at, drawn from a desk that had a file that had a drawer in the back that stuck. He looked at our wrists and then looked away. "It keeps better if you read them out loud," he said. "It holds for a while. It forgets its hunger." Something in me wanted to argue with the word hunger, to banish that metaphor because it was the sort of thing you think only when you are trying to scare yourself. But he had said it in the same voice he used when he told me the grass cutters were out on Tuesdays, and that steadiness made it hard to file the word under superstition. "It's not my place to ask you to help," he said, and then added, "but you might already be in it." He opened the drawer and took out the cards, like a man convinced of paper. The names were written in a careful hand, block letters that an old principal might have insisted on. He had notes in the margins. He marked dates. He had what he thought were maiden names, and where he didn't know, he put a dot to hold the space, as if the absence itself were a kind of data. The first time we went up with the cards, it was late afternoon. The light slanted through the hickory, and the sky had that particular thinness you see in November, when the warmth of the day is almost over, and every breath carries a trace of dry leaves. We stood with our boots on the firmest part of the slope, and read each name before the next took its turn. The ground had the patient feel of a quilt being pulled straight. We didn't try to make a ceremony out of it. We made our mouths do the work. Dee came with me once in December. She was stiff with the cold and with the whole idea. She had always been more practical than I was, and that practicality felt offended by the project. But she came the way people do when your face has convinced them that something is important, even if their own face does not agree. We didn't make her stand near the sink. She watched and occasionally tugged her scarf up over her nose, like a person trying to leave room for air. Later she told me it wasn't that she didn't believe anything was happening, only that belief had gotten her into trouble before, and she preferred the smaller version of the story. In January, we found a name that matched the tag I had pulled. I had slipped it into my pocket, then into my desk drawer, and then into the small box with the photos on the masking tape. When I spoke that name again, the tag warmed from the heat of my hand. I felt the same hush in the ground. It wasn't gratitude. It wasn't melancholy. It was the kind of pause that happens in a crowded room when someone drops a plate, and then nothing else moves for a second while the room decides what kind of silence to have next. The year passed in work and chores and the slow emptying of rooms. Grief settled into a rhythm that could coexist with grocery lists. There were days when I felt like the gravel did, finding seams to fall through where I didn't know there were gaps, and then whole weeks when I held just fine, and even found ways to take others' weight. Dee pushed to put the house on the market in the spring. She was right. The place had more rooms than either of us needed, and it came with a furnace that required a firm hand and a combination of wrenches that our father kept in a coffee can and cursed at. I packed what I was ready to carry, and set the rest in a storage unit off the bypass with a metal gate that rattled slowly up when it was your turn. Mr. Harlan and I kept to the rhythm of once a year after that first winter had passed. He called when the grass started to run again, and I drove in, slept on the pullout in a friend's living room, and walked up the hill. The statue was the same. It had 3 deadfall scars from stones thrown by hands that had outgrown their size but not their restlessness. The sink had moods. It would digest its edges and then hold steady for a season. I learned the way the place smelled after rain. There was a mineral note I had never noticed when I was younger, a clean taste like powdered limestone. I came to expect the grit that stayed in the cuff of my jeans on those days, and the thin pale line it left on the floor when I shook them out before throwing them into the washer at the laundromat. Micah told fewer people than I would have guessed. He was a talker in other circumstances, but he seemed to understand that anything said about it would breathe differently if it had too much air. When he did mention it, he talked about it as a problem he had worked on and accepted failure with. There are jobs you call done because no more doing is going to improve it, he said once, when he came by to pick up a sander I wasn't using. He was married by then. He and his wife had their first kid and then their second. On years when he could make it, he stood with us and spoke whatever name was in his mouth, without performing belief or disbelief. He wore the faint scar around his wrist like a line that suggested the presence of other lines that the skin had absorbed and made into itself. I avoided reading about the crematory. Whatever clippings might exist were yours to find if you wanted a piece of paper to tell you something. No paper could tell you better than your own hand on the scatter of gravel. There was one time in a diner on Chestnut Street when an older man talked about how you couldn't trust the council back then, and that all the accounting was half correct because half the numbers were a tradition, pretending to be math. He spoke as if we had been in on the joke and were lucky to have survived it. Behind him, the coffee machine hissed, and I watched the steam cloud the pane and then vanish. I moved to a place that had a better bus route and a rent I could keep up with while I worked. The kind of job where you carry a phone that beeps you awake at odd hours. I learned to live with the idea that the place where I was a son was not my place anymore. There is resignation, and there is the larger thing that resignation prepares you for. Each time I came back, I set aside the afternoon. Mr. Harlan got older. He began to pause more in the shade and to consider his steps before he made them. We put another folding chair by the office door, and sometimes we sat there before and after, our hands flat on our thighs, as if we were trying to quiet the animals inside us that wanted to run or fight. Once we found a bracelet near the edge, a bangle with a charm that had lost its enamel. It had maybe only been there 6 months, dropped by someone visiting another part of the grounds, but it felt very old, as if age could be borrowed for effect. I slipped it onto the edge of the statue's base. It stayed. The second year it had sunk halfway into the mortar like a coin pushed into a soft cake. That was a thing I did not tell anyone. It felt like a private experiment, and the result did not change what I was going to do next. When Mr. Harlan said he would retire after winter, he said it the same way he had said the names, without performing it. He showed me where he kept the cards and what he did with them, which was not complicated. He told me what he told herself to make the work easier, which was that the steadiness was its own story and didn't require a why to be true. I took the drawer out and carried it to my car and put it in the trunk. I felt like I was taking on something beyond paper, and also like I was being trained in a kind of honesty that had nothing to do with oaths. The last day before I left that year, the sky hung low and the light stayed river wet all afternoon. I walked up with a grocery sack turned inside out to keep my knees from collecting mud. I read each name and tried not to lean on the ones I liked more, because of the echo they had in my mouth. I let my breath settle over the syllables and imagined that would be enough. I half believed in private that the names worked because saying them reminded me that every piece of earth had a thickness of memory that was not mine to audit. I half believed that the list worked because someone needed it to. And whatever need that big looks like from above exerts its own small force. Holding both halves kept me steady. I put the cards back in their drawer and wiped the last grit from my hands onto a shop towel, then tucked the towel in my pocket for the ride. Before I pulled onto Chestnut Street, I walked back to the edge of the slope with a handful of the crushed stone that had migrated over the years from the paths to the ditch and back again. I let the pebbles run out between my fingers and listened to their soft, quick clatter as they met the base of the statue and settled into the scenes we had made over time. The hill had the patient quiet of any place that takes what it is given and does what it has learned to do. I got in my car and set my hands on the wheel and drove past my mother's old block where the dogwood held its shape against the wind. It was late. I had a long road ahead of me, and I had already made the choice a person makes when he keeps a list in the trunk, just in case someone needs a name spoken out loud by a voice that remembers to be plain. I came back to Ashdown in late spring, when the lilac outside my Aunt Miriam's house had gone gray at the edges, like a bruise trying to heal. The key was taped beneath the second clapboard from the bottom, the way she'd always sworn she'd never do. That's how horror movies start, she used to say. Yet there it was. I found it by feel, as if my fingers remembered better than my eyes. Miriam's death had been brisk and administrative in the way some endings are. I took the call, made a folder, learned the inventory of objects that would now belong to me. A house with an uneven porch, a pantry of expired spices that smelled like a museum of once vivid things, a lamp in every room because she disliked the overhead fixtures too clinical, she'd said. On my second day, I met Owen at the diner. We'd sat in that booth 100 times in high school, pretending the vinyl squeaks were conversation. He was older now, beard salted, a new softness around his eyes. "You picked a season for ghosts," he said, stirring his coffee until the spoon became a metronome. "Wind shifts like this, you get the lantern." "What lantern?" He looked surprised, then amused. "Miriam never told you. There's a light people see out by Calvary Cemetery. Wandering light like someone looking for something. Happens a couple times a year, always when the ground's in between, wet and not, frozen and not. My dad saw it once when he was drinking, said it moved where the old Walker plots used to be before they redid the rows." The diner door jingled, and a woman came in. A pale oval face, hair pulled back tight, eyes that tracked everything. Owen raised a hand. "Ruth," he said, "sit. You know the lantern story better than I do." Ruth lived a block from the cemetery and knew records and rot, as she put it. "There was a caretaker who took a lantern from a grave when he was a boy," she said, her voice very matter-of-fact. "People say the light still goes looking for it, like a dog that wants a favorite toy returned." "Urban legend," I said. My tone made me sound certain. My stomach did not. Ruth shrugged. "We call it a town legend. No one here would say we're urban." That night, Ashdown breathed in and held itself. Clouds flattened the sky. A wind lifted, thin and purposeful. I stood at Miriam's front window, touching the glass the way a person might touch a mirror to prove that it's not another room. The house was full of her ordinary habits. Pile of clipped coupons, the radio set permanently to classical, a grocery list pad on the fridge with impressions from past lists. I could make out the last one she'd pressed hard into the paper. Milk, apples, lamp oil. Lamp oil. I laughed aloud, soft and startled. Who bought lamp oil anymore? The first time I saw the light, we had gone to look for it deliberately, like people who couldn't stop touching a sore tooth. Owen drove us. Ruth came because she had a thermos, and because she said we were more likely to tell the truth if there were 3 of us. We parked beneath the skeletal branches of the honey locust and stood with our collars turned up, our breath making ghosts of us. Calvary's iron archway had flecks of gold paint clinging to its letters. The cemetery was a neat grid until it wasn't. Sections where stones wandered, where names dipped below the frost line, where time had rearranged the map. I had never been there at night. The stones seemed intimate, the names close enough to whisper. I could hear the high, dry shudder of grass as something small moved through it. For a long time there was only our breathing and the traffic whispering from the highway half a mile away. Then Ruth put her hand on my sleeve. "There," she said. It wasn't dramatic, it was a small, stubborn light, not like a flashlight or a phone. Warmer than those, it moved as if it were testing the ground. A bob, a pause, a soundless step. My mind tried to apply mechanisms. A trick of the eye, swamp gas, a volunteer with a prank. But there was no marsh, there was wind, and there was this glow that approached a low stone and hesitated, like a person reading a name. We followed. 3 respectful steps back. The light moved across a seam where the mowing changed direction. It crested a slight rise, and then dipped into a section where the stones didn't belong. I thought the walkers were along the west fence. Owen murmured. "They were," Ruth said. She pointed with her chin. "These are, look, see how they don't line up. And the dates. The record says infant burials here, but that's a veteran's plaque." We stood over a grave that wasn't where it should be and watched the light stop above it. The name on the stone was half eroded. The dates told a story of a life, then the dash, then the end. The light trembled and sank as if in recognition. The hairs on my arms rose like a field in a sudden gust. "Someone moved them," I said, my voice very small, "or the records are wrong." "Both can be true," Ruth said. "The town's keeper is up to his neck in contradictions." The light lifted and slipped toward the cedar hedge, and in that dark pocket it paused again, as if smelling something. I had the peculiar thought that it wanted something that belonged to it, or belonged to someone whose name I should have recognized. Lamp oil ticked in my head like an egg timer. We lost the light among the hedges and listened to the night. A train in the distance made the ground sing in my teeth. Somewhere a screen door banged. The 3 of us stood in a cluster, suddenly unsure of our permission to be there. On the way back to the car, we passed the caretaker's shed, a lean-to of tools and a rolling cart. On the cart, a lantern, brass and glass streaked with the residue of many weathers. It wasn't lit. It was intact, old but cared for. And because we were stupid, because we were suddenly teenagers again, because curiosity dresses itself in righteousness, we took it. Back at Miriam's, the lantern sat on her kitchen table like a guest we didn't know how to host. I wiped my thumb across the soot inside the chimney and made a black arc on my skin. The smell was close and sweet. Lamp oil. I said again, a password in the wrong room. "Don't light it," Ruth said. The way she said it made me want to, immediately, but I didn't. We agreed to take it back the next day. That night the house felt crowded, as if someone else was in the rooms, checking the corners. Morning made us sensible. We returned the lantern to the cemetery with apologies whispered to no one and everyone. It looked right there on the cart. It changed nothing and everything. That evening when I stood at Miriam's front window, the glass felt warmer than the air. There were papers to handle. A week of them, then 2, title transfers, utilities, the estate sale with its hand-lettered signs, and people who asked me in low voices about Miriam's china. I only cried once, in the pantry, with the smell of cinnamon and clove turning grief into something burnable. When the crowds had thinned and the house knew it was mine, I consulted her lists. Under the layers of impressions, I found a sheet she'd never torn off. Milk, apples, a few items later, lamp oil. The handwriting was slanted in that stubborn way of hers. The ink blotted at the tail of the Piat. I took it down and put it in my pocket as if it could prove something in a court I could not name. At Ruth's suggestion, I went to the town hall. The record keeper, Mr. Callahan, was a thin man in a sweater vest, several years off fashion, with the smile of someone used to delivering small disappointments. "We've kept better records than most towns," he said. producing ledgers with marbled covers and a roll of microfilm like a cigar. But there were moves, consolidations, weather. The WPA crew in the 40s made decisions. The flood in 83 did too. If you are seeking one clear line, you won't find it. It's more braid than thread. I told him about the light without saying ghost. He didn't laugh. People see things, he said. People need things to be seen. Do you know if the Walker plots were relocated? He tapped a finger on a map where the ink had bled decades ago. According to this, yes. According to this, no. He pulled another book. Sometimes the ground remembers better than paper. On my last night in Ashdown, the house was emptier than it had ever been. The estate company had made it efficient. The rooms echoed. A few lamps remained, and the imprint of furniture on the carpet, like pale shadows. I walked through, touching door frames, saying names, as if to convince myself the house had ever held more than air and dust motes in the shape of a life. In Miriam's bedroom, I stopped. On the dresser, where there had never been anything but a jewelry box and a dish of safety pins, there was a lantern. Brass. Glass chimney. Suitsat rings inside its throat like a tree's growth lines. It hadn't been there before. I wasn't mistaken. The air around it smelled faintly of oil and something mineral like old water on hot metal. I stood very still. The mirror above the dresser caught me, my face in the window behind me, and the slow tumble of late light. As I watched, my eye caught a mark on the mirror's edge, as if a thumb had pressed, leaving a crescent of soot. Next to it, cleaner, a countermark where someone had wiped. It was such a domestic clue, the shape of a small insistence. I reached up. My fingers came away black. From the doorway, a floorboard gave, as if stepped on. Nothing moved. The air changed temperature. The room, which had been only a room, was suddenly a mouth holding a word. I had the sensation that if I turned quickly, I would see Miriam looking through the door at the lantern with an expression I wouldn't be able to name. Complicity, maybe, or apology. The next morning, I took the lantern to the cemetery. I didn't tell Owen. I didn't tell Ruth. I left it at the Walker section, which was and wasn't where the map said it was. I knelt and set it between two stones, whose names I could not fully make out. And I whispered something like please, and something like sorry, and something like we didn't know. When I stood, the wind lifted the hair from the back of my neck, the way Miriam used to when I cut it too bluntly. The light that evening did not come. A month later, back in my own small house 2 states away, the stack of estate papers became a to-do list I could finally do. I filed things. I paid a bill late and apologized to a woman on the phone who did not require apology. My life slotted itself back into its grooves. I bought apples and milk and, without quite meaning to, a bottle of lamp oil from the hardware store because it was on the end cap and cheaper than it should have been. I didn't own a lantern. It sat beneath my sink like an instruction without a verb. On a Thursday, just after 2 in the morning, I woke because the room had a different color. Not brightness, a tone. I lay very still and looked at the hallway. A small, warm light moved past my bedroom door, unhurried, as if it had always had a right to that corridor. It turned at the top of the stairs and paused in the space where my grandmother's mirror hung. The mirror wore a small crescent on its lower left corner, a mark that had not been there when I moved in. I stood and said Miriam out loud, once, and my voice did not sound like mine. The house answered with a settling sound, a teacher clearing her throat. The light lingered a heartbeat longer, and then went down the stairs, far away as a memory in the next room. In the morning, I could smell oil, faint and sweet. Under my sink, the bottle of lamp oil was half empty. The cap was clean. The floor beneath was dry. I called Ruth. I didn't tell her about the oil. I told her I'd found another of Miriam's lists tucked inside a cookbook that hadn't sold. Milk, apples, lamp oil. She must have been keeping something burning. I said. For who? For herself, maybe, Ruth said, or for what she took and put back. We all keep some promise we don't fully understand. I said I dreamed of the cemetery, and she said the record keeper had found a note, misfiled long ago, that explained half of one of the moves and none of the rest. "A braid," she said. "We live with the braid. Sometimes, at their edges, lives shift. In the corner of my eye, I have seen a small, stubborn light testing the ground. In the glass of a morning, I have wiped a crescent and left a mark of my own. My aunt is gone. The list remains, ink impressed into paper, hard enough to leave a ghost on the sheet beneath. If there is a creature of our town, it is not a monster but a presence with a task, and its task, like mine, is to return what was taken, or to remind us of what was moved and never fully set right. I do not light the lantern I finally bought, but I keep it filled. When the wind changes, there is a conversation between the chimney and the air, and the room smells faintly of static and sweetness. I can't say whether this is comfort. It feels more like a hand on the back of my neck, steadying me when I look at the mirror. It feels like a promise I did not make and mean to keep. He found the first mention in a footnote, a misprint of a place name in a book about the county's earliest settlements. The typo sent him through months of cross-referencing other typos, old plats and faded surveyor's hand, maps with creases like dried riverbeds. Somewhere in the overlapping errors a pattern formed, a switchback logging road that didn't exist on GPS anymore, a spur that ended near an unnamed ridge, a dot that could have been a stain or a cemetery. As a freelancer, he was good at two things: waiting and walking. Between events and assignments, he waited out the light and the weather. When a lead appeared, he walked until the ground became its own archive. Urban exploring had taught him how to read neglect, like script rusted hinges, collapsed porches, ivy that remembered where a porch swing once marked time. But the mountains were a different grammar, the forested slopes on the west side of the county, keeping their myths by shrugging off roads and erasing fences. He spoke to the historian in a brick building that still smelled faintly of its years as a post office. She was the only person who didn't blink when he said graveyard and unmarked. She had the neat, restrained voice of someone who handled facts for a living and believed in their limits. "It said those graves are protected," she told him, laying a folded copy of a 1910 property dispute on the table. "Not watched over like a house. Protected, as in attempts to disturb or name the place don't take. Photographs don't keep. People come down feeling like they've misplaced a day." "Protected by what?" he asked, partly to see if she'd flinch. "By whomever is buried there," she said, "or by the ones who remember them." He laughed, and then apologized for it. She didn't seem offended. "Do what you're going to do," she said finally. "Just be sure to eat before you go. Bring a paper map, and when you leave, don't look back." It took 3 tries to find the logging road. Each attempt added a layer to the internal map in his head. This bend with the broken culvert, that stand of younger firs are where the slope swallowed a grade. On the 3rd try, a low mist lifted by noon and left the trees beaded as if dressed for ceremony. He parked at a sun-bleached no trespassing sign, tipped at an angle that made it seem more suggestion than order, and shouldered his pack. The cemetery announced itself not with markers but with absence. The air felt undisturbed, the way a quiet room holds a different temperature than the hallway. He noticed depressions before he noticed stones, scattered waist-high rocks with faces so softened by seasons they might have been any field stones, except that their arrangement kept resolving into intention. He took a breath and let his shoulders settle. Light tilted and steadied between clouds. The wind snapped, then went quiet. He began to work. He moved clockwise, habit and superstition, letting the place reveal itself in increments, like in the gray-green of old pewter. A fence post sunk nearly flat to the earth, a low mound where a tree had grown from the center, and split the ground in a slow, ongoing act of refusal. He switched lenses, a macro for the stitching on a ribbon caught in a bramble, a 50mm for portraits that could have been of the stone surfaces, their pocked faces almost like skin, a wide angle to gather the place into a single frame. He bracketed exposures. He kept notes. It wasn't until he reviewed the first batch on the camera's back screen that the figures appeared. They were translucent at first glance, the way a reflection shifts when you move your head. In one frame, a pale sleeve just behind a stone. In another, the outline of a shoulder seen through the trunk of a tree. He narrowed apertures, checked histograms, told himself it was flare, an artifact from the damp air, a lucky mistake that could be explained, and better yet sold. He swept the scene again, slower, nothing, no movement. The quiet felt more intricate than silence. It felt assembled. He pushed deeper along the edge where the ground began to fall away, and found a corner post still standing. Ironwork delicate as lace unraveling. The mist returned without warning. Not thick, just enough to reset distances. He wiped his lens. His headlamp, clipped to his harness for later, flickered and then, despite the bright afternoon, stuttered twice like a signal. He checked the battery indicator on the camera. Full. He took 3 frames of the ironwork. On the 4th, the camera froze. The red right light blinked without conviction. He slid out the card and went to swap it with a fresh one. The card felt warm in his fingers. Not hot, but warmer than it should have been. He slipped it into a case, labeled it, and set it aside. He finished the circuit of the cemetery with another card, and the world seemed to let him, until he reached the row of stones barely higher than the moss line. The second card failed mid-frame, the screen going black as if a curtain had fallen. He waited in the way he had learned to wait, doing nothing purposeful. The way you wait for an animal to accept you as part of the landscape. The nothingness pressed in. Twice he heard what could have been a footstep in the duff just beyond sight. The sounds belonged to the forest, he told himself. Animals. Branches readjusting their weight. His phone showed 1 bar and then none, and then asked him to enter the date and time as if time itself had been erased. He made a choice he could defend to anyone later. He would head down before dusk. On the path, the air felt lighter and then abruptly heavy again, as if a door had been opened and closed with him between rooms. The first card he'd labeled, safely tucked in his chest pocket, began to feel like a burden. He imagined the images inside it, the way you imagine breath when your chest tightens. He pressed a palm to the pocket and found it empty. He stopped, then laughed at himself and found the card in the other pocket precisely where he'd placed it. The label's ink smudged. He slid the case back and walked on. Behind him, the footsteps resumed. Evenly spaced, unhurried, he told himself not to look back, remembering the historian's advice in sudden detail, as if the sentence had finally found its home. The headlamp, despite full batteries, pulsed faintly from his harness, in a rhythm he could not make fit any device he owned. He unclipped it, and it went dark. The sun folded itself behind the ridge more quickly than it should have, while night rose from the ground instead of falling from the sky. He made the switchbacks by memory and some stubborn internal compass. Once he stepped off into air and found his foot again at the last moment, the slope's angle a whisper against his balance. The footsteps kept their distance, as if granting him space to make his choice. By the time he reached the truck, the air had the metallic taste of a storm that wasn't there. He turned the key. Nothing. He turned it again. The dashboard blinked and died. He sat in the cab and listened to the world breathe. He waited. He didn't look back. At some point later, minutes, an hour more, the engine started as if the earlier refusal had never happened. He drove away with both hands on the wheel, and his head set forward like a swimmer breaking a surface. The road broadened into something that was actually a road. A pine branch scraped the truck's roof like a hand. He didn't stop until he saw the lights of a place with other people. Back in his apartment, he set the cards on the desk with the care of a ritual. He made tea he didn't drink. He washed his hands. He announced the task aloud to the empty room, a superstition or a grounding. He slotted the first card into the reader. The computer recognized it, showed it, and then, in a stutter that felt like a shrug, presented the message, "No files found." He checked another card. "No files found." The third, "No files found." He thought of condensation, of power surges, of corrupted tables and faulty readers. He tried every recovery program he owned. He texted a friend who made a side income rescuing wedding photos from careless interns. "Come by tomorrow," the friend said. "We'll get them." He breathed. He slept badly, woke with the taste of iron in his mouth, and found the cards in their cases, properly labeled, properly empty. His friend tried. Nothing. The cards behaved as if they had never held a single frame. He went back to the library, not sure what he intended to say. The historian looked at him with the patience of a parent, letting a child tell the end of a story they already know. "Well," she asked. "I think my cards were faulty," he said, and was surprised at how hard it was to say the word think. "The batteries, too." "It happened. It does," she agreed. "Sometimes it also happens that a place is not to be taken." He wanted to argue. He wanted to describe the sleeve behind the stone, the shoulder through the tree. Instead, he said, "Do you have any photographs of it? From before?" She shook her head. "Not that keep. People sketch. They remember for a while." "For a while," he repeated, and the phrase felt like a thread drawing out of his sleeve, vanishing into air. A week later, when he wrote the experience down for himself, no editor, just a file named in a way he would remember, he found the sentences broke off sooner than they should have. He had to stop and reconstruct the order of things. Was the ironwork before the mist, or after? Did the footsteps begin at the corner post or on the road? The more he tried to fix the sequence, the more the day slid sideways until what remained were anchors without their chains. Afternoon light, a labeled card, the sensation of having almost fallen. Months later, he returned to the ridge thinking it would be a different story the second time, that his gear would behave, that he would behave. The road, which he could have driven in his sleep, failed to materialize. He took a turn that had never been there and came out at a clear cut. He turned back and found a gate with a new lock. When he asked in town, people tilted their heads with friendly confusion. "There's a family plot up by Old Cedar," someone said, pointing in the wrong direction. "Or maybe you mean the cemetery near the school. That's not abandoned." He still had the iron filings of memory stuck in the pockets of his day. How the light at the corner of his apartment glowed, the way the moss glowed, how a certain rhythm in the hallway made him think of those even, patient steps. When he held a camera now, he sometimes felt a small reluctance, a part of his hand not cooperating entirely with the familiar weight. He didn't avoid graveyards in future assignments. He didn't seek them either. He went on exploring what could be named and kept. Every so often, organizing his drives, he would find a folder with a label he recognized from that day. Inside, nothing. Or a file whose metadata suggested it had once been something. A timestamp out of sequence, a ghost of a name. He would sit and try to remember if there had been a stone with a carving like a bird. If there had been a ribbon or the idea of a ribbon. If the historian had told him not to look back before or after he went. The more he concentrated, the more his thoughts slid like dew off the leaf, the way water refuses to cling to certain surfaces. There are protections that look like neglect, and protections that look like absence. He learned to respect both. When he dreams of the place now, if it was a place, he is only ever walking away from it. The sound behind him so steady it becomes almost like breathing, almost like his own. He never in the dream turns to look. He wakes with the sense that he has brought something intact into the day by not naming it. Then the feeling dissolves as if that too were protected. I kept a stack of graded quizzes on the kitchen table, and a notebook open beside them. Names and dates lined up in pencil, an old routine with a newer purpose. On weekdays, I was a history teacher at the high school. Nights and weekends, I let the genealogy swallow me. It felt like the same work on a different scale. I took attendance of the dead. In March, I wrote a question at the top of a clean page. Why is one name missing from the 1897 household? And closed the notebook so I could make dinner. The question waited, faintly printed through to the next sheet like a rubbing I hadn't meant to make. I started with what I had. In April, I carried a USB scanner to the reference desk at the Ashe County Public Library on Jefferson Avenue in West Jefferson. The librarian knew me by then. I fed brittle deeds and census sheets through a protective sleeve and watched them become pale rectangles on my screen. I kept my pencil sharp and my handwriting small. A few names repeated. One did not. My great-grandmother's oldest sister appeared on a church register, then disappeared. No marriage, no recorded death, a blank space where a line should have continued. Meets and bounds descriptions require more imagination than maps. One deed called out a stake by a white oak, a line to a rock, a turn to a creek bend that would have moved 10 feet with the first real flood. In mid-May, I found a reference to a burying ground, adjoining a parcel held by a name that rhymed with ours, but wasn't ours. I paid $3 at the register for a copy, and slipped it into the notebook sleeve. The ink smell lingered longer than it should have. School ran through June. The field outside my classroom went green and then taller. I graded essays about the Spanish-American War, and wrote my own notes about a slope with no modern coordinates. In early July, when the heat drove everyone to the river, I sat with the fan turning and walked the deed with my finger, imagining hedgerows and fences that were long gone. It became a puzzle with a quiet pull. That's how these things work. They become your rest instead of your work. By August, I had 3 possible curves of road that could once have been lines between oaks and rocks. I drove each one with a printout on the passenger seat, a pencil in the cup holder. It took hours to do what I could have done in 15 minutes if I'd wanted to be sloppy. I didn't. There is a difference between seeing where a thing might be and going to it. The line in my notebook, "Why is one name missing?" sat in my periphery whenever I glanced at the front passenger window and saw a ridge lift into itself. The first 2 drives ended with a gate and a sign asking politely that I turn around. The third, somewhere south of Lansing, ran along a shallow creek and then a spur that turned into packed dirt. The trees stood close enough to press their shade onto the hood, and the GPS stopped pretending to keep up. I passed a rusted truck with a bed full of old lumber. There were no house numbers. The road ended where the trees settled into each other and left a narrow patch of sun to polish the weeds. The cemetery was not marked by a fence so much as by the sudden order of the stones. Field stones, most of them, set upright at the head and foot, small as saddles. A few had names carved by a hand that had to have learned on wood. Dates were a suggestion. Lichen made composites across letters that were never intended to fit together. In the center of the clearing, set into the ground flush with the grass, was a flat stone as wide as a table, too even to be natural, too heavy to have been placed without telling someone. The heat broke in September. I went back when the air had a skim of cold on it in the mornings. I left the car at the turnoff and walked the last stretch with my backpack on. It wasn't a long walk. I could see the mountains move from green to gray as the light changed. The cemetery waited, as it had before, without comment. I set my pack down and took out the camera, the good one, with a battery I had charged overnight and a card I had emptied and tested. I started with the outer stones. It felt respectful to begin that way. I moved in a slow circle, taking pictures at an angle to avoid glare, listing the names softly so I would remember how to write them. My breath came visible when I stood still too long. The grass bent and lifted with the same rhythm as it had in July. I walked to the center and stood at the edge of the flat stone. It had no inscription on its surface that I could see, only shallow lines carved in arcs and notches, some repeated in a pattern that didn't resolve. The edges were chipped in a way that made me think it wasn't a lid because lids are lifted more carefully, and then I knew I didn't want to think of it as either lid or door. I took 3 photos. I checked the screen after the third and saw an image as black as if I had left the lens cap on, which I had not. I tried again. The camera clicked and wrote to the card. The preview came up blank and stayed blank. I adjusted the exposure and the shutter. I pointed the camera at the trees, fired twice, got 2 perfectly clear shots of pine and sky. I turned back to the stone and took another series. Black, black, black. The edges of things felt sharper when the equipment didn't behave. I put the camera back in the bag and slid out the roll of butcher paper and the stub of a drafting pencil I had found in the bottom of the desk at school. I taped the paper down with painter's tape and started in one corner, using the side of the lead and light pressure, the way you reveal a brass plate under a sheet. Graphite found raised parts first, then darkened into lines where the grooves were shallow. The first arc appeared. and then the cut marks that made it fragmented at the right side. I went slower. The sound of the pencil against the paper carried in the clearing in a way it didn't in my kitchen. I didn't hear the voices at first. I felt them in my ribs the way you do when a truck engine idles on the other side of a wall. Then when I paused to peel the tape and move the paper, I could hear syllables, soft and even without words I knew. It wasn't the wind. Wind runs short or long on its own. This ran in measured lines like a page read out loud without inflection. I stood and turned. There was no one between the first row of stones and the trees. The trees held nothing but their own vertical silence. The voices did not get louder. They were there when I worked the pencil and there when I stopped, and they kept their pace. I pulled the paper back together over the part I had covered and folded it away. I could have left then. I told myself I should pack up and come back with a friend, a colleague who would find it funny in the car and quiet in the clearing. Instead, I was stubborn the way the job makes you. I took a fresh sheet, laid it across the center, and tried again. The graphite found another line, one that curved and then broke where the chisel had sunk too far. I noted the break without naming it. When he spoke, it came in through the only path with enough sun to show dust in the air. He was thin and older than his clothes and younger than his hands, and he wore a cap with a local seed company's name on the brim. He stood at the edge of the stones and lifted one hand in a greeting from a distance he would not cross. "You don't want to be taking rubbings of that," he said. "You're fine with the others, such as they are, but not that." I took my hand off the paper. "I'm trying to trace a name," I said. "It might lead me back. I'll be careful." He looked past me at the flat stone. "That one's not marked how you think," he said. "That's a door. Best not to copy what's on it." I told him I taught history in town. I told him I was working a family line. The words felt thin as soon as I said them. He didn't look at me when I spoke. He looked at the line of trees and the place where the creek ran behind them in a trough you couldn't easily see. "I keep an eye on this piece," he said. "A man used to live down that way who took it on, and I take it on now that he's gone. I sweep in the spring if the limbs come down. I fix the wire when the deer get snagged. We don't lift the old stones, we don't copy the center. Some of those buried are not truly dead. That's how I was told. You see how the grass won't take right in that strip. That's for a reason." I had my mouth open to say it was a family thing, not a tourist thing. The pencil rolled off the paper and came to rest in the groove formed by two adjacent blades of grass. The voices ran on behind the trees, the same way they had, words without language. He glanced at the backpack and then at my camera, the weight of it, the way the strap lay on the ground so the lens pointed at the flat stone. "You take your notes if you need notes," he said, "but you leave that one alone, and you go on. That's your best course." I nodded like a person nods when they're not ready to agree, but don't think arguing will help. I pulled up the tape. I folded the paper clean so that graphite stayed on graphite. When I lifted the last piece of tape, there were black lines on my fingertips, smudges that would transfer to anything softer than metal. He was careful not to step onto the ground between the outer rows when he turned to go. As he walked away, the voices went on. They were not louder, and they did not stop. On the drive out, the air felt colder than it had in the shade at noon. I passed the rusted truck and the lumber that held its shape without collapsing. At the paved road, my phone woke itself up and asked if I wanted to navigate home. I didn't speak to it. I parked in front of the library and went inside to wash my hands. The graphite didn't come off on the first try. It took it better when I scrubbed with a disposable paper towel and then rinsed again. I opened the notebook on a table by the local history shelves and wrote simply, "Doorstone. Do not copy voices. Elderly caretaker warns off." I tucked the folded rubbing into the sleeve at the back. I will say that I tried not to make any meaning of it. You do this work badly if you let every oddness be your proof. You do it badly if you assume there is nothing to oddness but bad equipment and nerves. A week later, when the first cold rain came through and kept everyone off the park benches, I took the camera from its case and connected the card to my computer. I imported the files and watched thumbnails build into a grid. Pines and sky appeared. The outer stones appeared. The flat stone was 12 black squares in a row. I clicked one to see if any information would be in the metadata. The screen went dark and stayed dark, and the computer made a small sound like a hand laying flat on a table in another room. When the machine restarted, the thumbnails were gone. Backups are the religion of research. I keep 2, one on an external drive and one in the cloud storage the district gives us for our lesson plans. The camera card looked fine when I checked it in the camera again. It looked fine until I plugged it in any other machine. Files named with the right numbers and the right date returned gray error boxes that said they were no longer where they had been. I tried the images of the outer stones. I tried the pines and sky. I tried the black squares. There was no way to know whether one black square was the same black square. After 6 attempts, I unplugged the drive and moved the camera to the other side of the room. At school, a student asked if we would be covering the Gilded Age labor movements before the end of the quarter. I told them we would. I said to bring questions because I liked when questions turned into essays. On my lunch break, I walked to the counselor's office to check on a senior who had missed 3 days. It is easy to live in 2 timelines in the same day. One timeline has school bells. The other has a piece of stone in a clearing you have to earn through silence and mud. In October, I opened the notebook and slid out the folded rubbing to try to find the arc I had started. The paper was black, not stained, covered as if the pencil had been pushed across every inch with uniform pressure until no distinctions remained. It looked deliberate in the way a mistake does when it happens in a single stroke. It smelled faintly of graphite, and the dampness that clings to paper stored in a place that breathes in the dark. I checked the sleeve for a second sheet and found none. There are simple explanations. Tape pulls graphite where it sticks. A sleeve rubs when a binder shifts in a car. And there are other kinds of explanations that don't make it less likely for the first ones to also be true. The elderly man came into the story then, as a thought I had when I clipped the paper back in place and closed the cover. I thought of his hands and his careful steps, and the way he used the word door without grimness. It wasn't a warning heavy with prophecy. It was a rule spoken by someone who had learned what rules work over stretches of time that have less to do with calendars than with fields, and the slow tilt of things regular people don't notice. I put the notebook in the drawer where I keep student work from other years that I can't bear to throw away because it tells me who they were. A month later, I drove past Jefferson Avenue with a sack of produce in the passenger seat and the radio low. The leaves lay flat across the sidewalk. I could have turned down the street that would have taken me toward the spur that would have taken me to the clearing. I kept straight. I made dinner. I did not open the notebook. In December, when everyone is tired and the classrooms feel gray no matter how you light them, I pulled the last set of quizzes and set them on the kitchen table. My pencil made a clean, sharp line when I corrected a date. You work long enough on a family line, and you learn to live with the idea that some branches go into a weather that will not let you see them. You decide whether that is failure or form. I closed the book over the question I had written in March and slid it to the side to make room for my dinner plate. If someone asked, I said I had taken the search as far as I could. That was true. I put a note into my syllabus for the spring that we would spend a week on land use in the highlands, and how surveyors changed the way we read the ground. That was true too. On a Sunday in late February, the sky went white with the kind of snow that barely sticks. I walked to the trash can at the curb and brought it back up the driveway. My hands smelled faintly of pencil. I washed them and dried them and went to the drawer where I had put the notebook. I didn't open it. I lifted it out, turned it, and slid it into an older box with maps I had traced for a county history project before I started teaching. The lid fit flat and left a thin line of dust on my palm. There are records that stay on paper. There are questions that become part of a place you know and avoid. I set the box on a high shelf and stood there until a small patch of cold reached across the tile and up through my socks. And then I went into the other room and folded laundry with the radio low, letting the dull rhythm of a weather report smooth out the noise in my head. I started the job before sunrise, when the hills were still the color of slate, and the grass on the older sections carried faint beads of moisture that soaked my cuffs. My first morning, I walked the fence line with a small ring of keys and a coil of spare chain hanging from my belt. Birds tested the air in a few irregular bursts, and somewhere down the slope, A creak kept a steady whisper. The place had a kind of gravity to it. Not a menace, exactly, but a weight that made you put your hands on the latches twice before moving on. The cemetery sat out past Bent Mountain Road, beyond a line of hayfields and a farmhouse with metal roofing that flashed on clear days. The grounds ran up and over two narrow ridges, with the oldest headstones set into the steeper faces like teeth worn flat by time. There was a gravel track that cut across to a utility shed, and from there another path climbed to a small granite mausoleum on the back rise. That building was older than the rest of the structures and had a different posture, as if it had not been built for this land but lowered into it. The copper doors showed a type of green that spreads only after decades of weather. The first time I saw them, I thought of pennies left at the bottom of a fountain. I came into the job from lawn maintenance. Backyards, school fields, little city patches that wanted edging after winter. The cemetery supervisor told me they needed someone who could respect the lines of the hills, keep the grass down without scalping stones, and handle the quiet. He did not make a speech. He held out a stack of forms and a ring of keys heavier than it looked. I stood there in the office, all that metal in my palm, and said I could do it. Somewhere behind him a radio ticked through weather and highway notices, and I thought of having the hills to myself while the town woke up. The first weeks were mostly routine. I learned where the ground dipped under the mower, and where the blades would knock loose a pebble that could become a hazard. I learned to keep my shoulders square when wrestling the trash bin up the slope to the far side. I learned that everything we locked had a quirk. The west gate caught unless you lifted the chain while twisting the top rail. The pump shed had a dead latch that required you to jiggle the key twice, not once. The two newer mausoleums used a modern mechanism, smooth and quick. The old granite one needed a moment to accept the key, as if deciding what it thought of you. On my fourth week, I noticed a pair of prints pressed into the soft soil near a cluster of stones that had not been visited in a long time. They were not deep. They had the look of someone testing a step and then stepping back. I told myself it was a dog walker cutting through late in the day. A few mornings later, I found a small set of scratches at the base of a marker, light and aimless, like someone had passed time with a blade or a rough bit of metal. I polished as best I could and moved on. Even then, I looked back and took a second glance at the pattern of grass. The hills were full of harmless marks made by weather and creatures, but these had a different shape. They were shaped by decision. The supervisor didn't like gossip. He did share one practical caution while we were coiling a hose near the newer section. He said the land had a long memory in this county, and people were fond of attaching stories to it. Some uneasy, some ordinary, and if I heard something that felt like a warning, I should treat it as a warning even if I didn't believe the details. He said people had tried to use the grounds for what they shouldn't. Not just mischief, but improper acts that disrespected families, and our job was to prevent that. Gently if we could and call for help if we couldn't. He told me to keep an eye on the old mausoleum in particular. I heard the word particular and felt the weight of the ring of keys on my belt. After that, the marks and disturbances took a shape I could not write off. Twice I found an old latch pushed out of alignment near the west fence. Once I followed a faint smear through short grass to a spot where someone had tested a shovel under the sod, then tamped it back down. The next week, just after a hard rain drove deer deeper into the trees, the copper doors of the old mausoleum showed the clean arc of a tool skidding and failing. It was a bright scratch in the patina, thin as a thread. I stood there with my palm flat on the cool metal for a moment, not to bless it or anything like that, but to feel how cold it stayed even in a run of warm days. I began to change my habits. I did a second pass in the late afternoon before I locked the service gate. I learned the sound the chain made when it met itself. It had a sharper tone at a certain tension, and I set it there on purpose so I would know if someone changed it. I kept my phone in the breast pocket of my work shirt, screened down with the flashlight a thumb away. The hills did not feel more dangerous, just more deliberate. I grew careful about where I put my feet, about when I paused to drink from my bottle and look out over the lines of markers toward the road. I had never worked a place where all the hardware felt like company. Metal remembers in a way. The mower's handle retained heat from the last pass. The spigot valve carried the temperature of the day. up to the fingers. My keyring gathered a dusty taste if I left it on the bench too long. When I serviced the small riding mower, everything from the dipstick to the battery clamp gave me a read on what had changed since last time. That became my private test for the grounds, where the metal felt different. Something had shifted. One evening I stayed late to swap a worn belt. The sky held that high summer blue that slides into a pale wash before the stars show. I shut the shed and heard the low surge of a truck laboring up Bent Mountain Road, then the quiet again. I was halfway to my car when I realized I hadn't checked the back rise after the afternoon thunderhead swept across. It would take 10 minutes. I turned uphill and moved from marker to marker, letting my eyes rest on corners and edges instead of names. It is a habit you learn. The mind sees patterns better when it is not busy with reading. When I crested the second ridge, I saw them before they saw me. 3 figures stood near the old mausoleum, spaced as if they had been there a while and understood how to cover one another. They were not kids, they moved like people who had handled tools and weight. One carried a small blunt-nosed device with a looped cord. Another had a case with a zipper. The third crouched by the door, gloved hands on the seam where the panels met. The copper held the last of the light and made their silhouettes sharper. I stopped behind a low stone to steady my breath. My first impulse was to yell and run them off by surprise. My second was to call. The choice hovered, slow as sap. In the end, I did both in a staggered way. I stepped out so they could see me, raised a hand so I would not be mistaken for someone creeping, and told them to stop what they were doing, that I worked here. They did not scatter. The one with the case looked over his shoulder and said I should mind my business. I could tell they were not afraid of being seen but of being prevented. The device with the loop cord was a cutting tool. Even from 10 paces I recognized the posture of someone about to press metal to metal and commit. I took 2 more steps. The second step put me where the gravel underfoot changed to the tamped cinder used at the base of the mausoleum. The ground has a different give there, and the sound of your footfall flattens. I said something about the sheriff being 10 minutes away. I made it true by calling, and the operator's voice, calm and practiced, went into my ear like a level. The person crouched by the door set the gloved hands a little deeper in the seam. The one with the tool looked past me into the slope, calculating. That is when everything in the world went quiet and sharp, the way it does before a storm breaks. It's not silence, really. It is that every far sound seems to step back and wait. A figure stood at the far edge of the old section, on the side that falls away toward the creek. I did not see him arrive. I saw him the way you see a remembered person at a distance, fully formed in an instant. He was tall and not young. The clothes were anything but modern, not a costume though. More like what a grounds worker might have worn in another decade, with sleeves pushed to forearms and a cap that did not cast a shadow. He did not glow, and the air did not waver around him. He was there, watching the 3 and me, and for a heartbeat I was sure he was about to ask me to mind the gate. He walked toward us without hurry. The men at the door felt him the way I had, not as a trick of light but as a presence. They stood. The one with the looped tool took a small step backward without deciding to. The figure stopped a few paces away, his eyes on the copper, then on me. He spoke in a voice that did not carry effort, as if the hills would carry it where it needed to go. He told the 3 to leave the place as they had found it. He called the building by a family name I had read at least 10 times, but could not remember in that moment. He told them the dead were under our care, and would remain so. They broke all at once, as if snapping back to an agreement they had made earlier. If things turned, the crouched one unhooked something from the seam in a practiced motion. The zipped case went under an arm. The looped tool clattered against a knee and swung. They did not speak to one another. They moved down the slope in a line that kept them off the gravel path. By the time I could say where they had gone, they were in the trees below the fence line, and the sound of brush taking them in felt like the hills returning to the business of evening. I stood with the phone at my ear and told the operator they had left, that no one was hurt. I did not know how to describe the 4th person in a way that wasn't going to complicate everything. I said there was another man here, a witness, and he was still present. When I lowered the phone, he had stepped closer, no more than a yard away. He smelled faintly of wet cloth hung indoors. His hands were bare. In his right hand he held a single key. It was old, the kind with a round head and a narrow notched shaft. The metal was not bright, nor was it black with age. It had the soft hue of something handled and left alone. Handled and left alone for more years than a person keeps a job. He did not extend it so much as let the space between us offer it. I lifted my palm and felt the key arrive in it with a weight that was modest and exact. There is a moment when your skin knows the temperature of metal before your mind does. His eyes stayed on mine until that moment passed. He told me to keep the graves in my watch and not to allow anyone to open what had been closed. He said it in a way that did not assign heroics to me or menace to anyone else. It sounded like a continuation of the instructions I had been given in the office. A fact, not a fate. I said I would do what I could. He nodded. I know, because I felt the small adjustment as a movement of air rather than saw it. Then the space where he had been ceased to hold him as a shape. He did not blink out or step away into the trees. He was there, and then he was not. In the ordinary way a person leaves a room when your attention slides to an object in your hand. The sheriff's deputy arrived with a wash of headlights on the stones below, then a crunch of tires on the gravel. He came up the slope with a careful pace that told me he had done this walk more than once for other reasons. I showed him where the men had stood, and the line they took down the hill. He studied the faint mark on the copper, the kind that will weather back into the overall in a season or two, and made a note. He asked me to describe their tools and what I had heard. I told him I did not mention the man with the cap, not because I was afraid of how it would sound, but because it felt unnecessary to the problem at hand. People had come to take something, or to force their way into somewhere they did not belong. They had left. That was the truth that needed recording. After he went, I walked the path again with my flashlight, down near my knee. Metal reflects differently than stone. It kicked back the light in a muted way. I found where the looped tool had scuffed a lower hinge. I found a small thread of something caught at the base of the door seam, a strip of cloth or plastic that had snagged and stayed behind. I left it. I found nothing that suggested they had succeeded. I did not go inside the mausoleum. I do not have a reason for that choice. That makes good sense on paper. The key sat in my palm as if it had always belonged to that space. The head was smooth, less pitted than I expected. The notches were oddly shallow, as if designed for a mechanism more patient than a spring. I slipped it into my pocket and walked down to my car with my hand in there. Not to guard it, but to keep it from moving against the fabric and making a sound I did not want to hear alone on the gravel. I slept in broken pieces that night. In the upper half of a dream, I was walking the fence with the ring of keys on my belt, only lighter. Each gate met its partner. Each latch took its place, and the sound of metal finding metal set a small clean pattern in the air. In the lower half I was on the back rise with a set of tools that were not mine, and the copper doors held more than weather. I woke before dawn with the feeling that I had been handed a list, and that every item on it involved the same quiet rule: protect what has been entrusted to you without inventing enemies. I went to the office at the usual time. The supervisor greeted me with a nod, and I set the old key on the desk between us. He looked at it as if he recognized it and as if he did not. I told him someone had tried for the old mausoleum, that I had called it in, that no one had been hurt, and that the building was intact. I told him I had been given this key by a man who had worked here long ago. I said his name in my head and put no sound to it. The supervisor did not ask me to elaborate. He looked at the key and then at me, like a person weighing whether to make a joke and deciding against it. I asked him to consider this my resignation. He did not act surprised. He asked if anything had happened to me. I said no. He asked if I wanted to take a day and think it over. I said no. He stepped to a filing cabinet and came back with a small blank envelope. I put the key inside and folded the flap without sealing it. He wrote the date on the front and the name of the mausoleum, and he did not put the envelope in his desk or the cabinet, but set it on the shelf with the logbooks where we kept the honest record of small things: weather, cut patterns, stone resets, who had come by with flowers and a note. I turned in the ring of keys. The office always felt warmer than outside, even in summer, without the weight on my belt. My waistband seemed to lift a fraction, and I felt a pang that had nothing to do with fear. I liked the hills. I liked the way work out there taught my body to measure time with shadows and slope instead of clocks. But when I pictured the back rise now, I felt the imprint of a hand against mine, the precise weight of a key that did not belong to this century, and the instruction in a voice that did not insist or threaten. It would not be honest to say I left because of what I had seen. I left because of what I had been asked to hold. On the drive out, I turned onto US Route 221 and passed the roadside stand that sells sweet corn when the season is right. The ridge lifted and fell, and in the rear view I could see the upper row of stones, pale and orderly against the dark of the trees. The chain at the west gate hung at the same tension I had set for months. The mower would need a belt again before fall. The copper would keep its green, and then its darker green. The hills would do what hills do. I put my hand on the empty space at my hip where the key ring used to ride, and kept it there until the next curve, steadying myself against a weight that was no longer mine. Night shifts in our town ran on small cycles. I unlocked the glass doors at 10, turned the open sign to face Marine Drive, and woke the coffee machine that puffed like an old dog. I counted bills twice, tugged the drawer so it didn't stick, lined up scratch-off tickets by color because they sold better that way. The pump canopy glowed a shallow white. Fog from the river came in slow and took the neon's edges away. There was a rhythm to the night that I liked. A ship horn out on the channel. The door chime's soft two-tone when a late fisherman came in for jerky. The quiet between... First time I noticed anything odd. It wasn't even after midnight. The door chimed, but the glass stayed empty. I checked the little black mat that triggers the sensor, tapped it with my shoe, opened and closed the door to test it. Everything behaved. I told myself I'd misheard, that the horn out on the river had caught a wire in my brain and plucked the right pitch by coincidence. I made change for a couple regulars, and the sound left my head. A week later, Mason came by on my break. He used to work mornings here and never lost the habit of stopping in to talk. He followed me outside while I did the sweep that corporate wanted, broom across concrete and a slow walk under the canopy to pick up bottle caps and the paper boats. People let go in the wind. From the pumps you can see the hillside. Old houses with porch lights, a stand of firs, and above that the cemetery. It's not far as the crow flies. You can cut up through a wire fence if you feel like you belong, or you can drive around to the proper gate. Fog will cover the slope by 11, and hold tight until dawn. We were leaning on the ice chest when we heard the door chime again. 2 tones, the same spacing, the same little breath between them. It came from across Marine Drive, not from behind us. Then it came again, a little further up the slope, as if the sound itself was walking. Mason laughed and said it had to be an owl. He put 2 fingers to his mouth and gave a clean whistle, a sharp rising call he used to bring his dog back. It hung in the air for a second. The reply came too quickly for an echo. It matched him. Same rise, same lean at the end, only thinner as if air moved through a smaller throat. We stared at the hill. The fog hadn't set yet. It was just the blue dim that happens before the curve of night really tightens. I felt it then, the way you feel the difference between someone looking past you and someone looking at you. Mason's grin flattened a little. He whistled again, softer. The other sound came closer and lost the edge of a joke. I could have gone back inside. That would have been the smarter thing. Instead, we looked at each other and found that we were already moving. We crossed Marine Drive between 2 drays that sat empty on the curb, and climbed the slope by the thorny gap. Kids cut in the wire. Damp grass soaked the hem of my work pants. The cemetery fence took a moment to clear carefully. On the other side, the ground turned plush with moss that muted each step until I could hear my own breath. Mason's whistle came one more time. The answer drifted from the left, near the low wall with family names cut in stone. It sounded like an invitation. We hadn't brought a flashlight. The moon did a little work and the city glow did the rest. If I had stood still, I think my eyes would have drawn the whole map. The gravel road that loops like a question mark. The cedar tree that drips even when it hasn't rained. The corner where people leave small flags. Moving through it, I only got pieces. I got a flash of my shoe, an old ribbon caught on a branch, our breath like steam, Mason's shoulder next to mine. The sound pulled us toward a flat stone with a lamb carved on it. The lamb's face had worn down to a shape that wasn't quite a face anymore. On the stone, someone had arranged pebbles into a small pattern. Not a pile the way kids do when they want to make a mound. This was neat. 3 little stones made a crooked line at the top, then 2, then 1. It looked like steps going nowhere. Under the lowest, a bead of light caught my eye. I crouched and saw a small glass marble pressed into the damp moss. It was blue with a white ribbon inside that curved like a wave. I touched it and felt the cold of the ground pass through my fingertips. The whistle came again behind us, closer than it had any business being. For a second it felt like someone's mouth was near my ear. I stood too fast and my knee knocked the stone. The pebble pattern slipped out of order as if I had broken a small rule. I set the marble back where it had been and nudged the pebbles toward the steps they had been. It's hard to say if I got it right. Mason made another sound, bravado, or the tail end of it, and then the thing that had been mimicking moved. It didn't step. It didn't rustle like an animal. It changed the way the dark pooled between stones, the way fog touches one thing and leaves another dry. I didn't see a body. I felt our space narrow, like the blanket pulled tight across your chest when someone tucks you in too hard. We backed up until our heels found gravel, and then we were moving without choosing. We laughed halfway down the hill to bleed off the adrenaline, as men do when they can't name what they felt. We were back under the canopy in minutes, hands smelling like wet cedar. The 2-tone chimes sounded through the glass in the normal way, as a trucker came in for coffee, and the normal sound could not account for the other one that now sat in my memory, ready to be called back. 2 nights later, I found the marble on the hood of my car. I park in the corner where the cameras barely catch, because the angle is bad. A ring of fog clung to the headlamps and rolled in the light. The marble sat dead center, a perfect circle of river blue. I wiped the hood with my sleeve and I did not pick it up. I looked up at the hill for the long minute it takes to be certain you weren't being watched, and then went back inside without telling anyone why my neck hurt. After that, the rhythms of the shift changed. The chime would sound in the empty parking lot and in the alley where no one ever walked. I'd be stocking the cooler and hear Mason's exact whistle from the trash enclosure behind the store. Mid-shift there would be nothing, and then something would act out our familiar noises with a patience that was almost polite. I learned that I could make it worse. If I stepped toward it, it stepped toward me. If I responded, it seemed to hear me. An old man named Carl comes through for hot chocolate and plain donuts. He spends the longest on the lottery machine, reading the rules that never change. He's a quiet one, the kind who notices if you move a rack of gum 2 inches, and will later tell you it looks better that way. He watched me one night as the door chimed twice with no one there, a phantom 2-tone from beyond the glass, and saw whatever crossed my face. He told me, almost offhand, that I looked like someone who had been out after hours in a place where the ground knew more names than he did. He said he was born here, that his father worked the tugboats, that some years the fog never lifted right. He said there's a story people used to tell when he was a kid. A boy, he said, not a baby, not a teenager, who got turned around in a winter storm on the hill, a night when you could see only 5 feet ahead. They said he tried to find his way home by calling his name, and the wind kept handing it back to him. The part that kept the kids up at night was his whistle. People in town had their little signals. One rising note to call the dog, a 2-note to call across the yard. And once you made a sound for long enough, something else could get good at giving it back. Carl said if it ever takes your sound, you don't use it after dark. You let it go. Let it keep that part of you and keep out of its way. I didn't tell Carl about the marble or the grave. He didn't need to know those parts to put together the shape of my problem. He told me to keep a radio playing near any door I had to open at night. Low volume, human voices that would make it harder for anything outside to separate me out. He said, don't whistle and don't answer. Don't be rude, but don't be too friendly either. Leave something small back where you think you borrowed from. He looked at me and I understood he had been there. I took the marble back up the slope on the next break. I could set my own pace. Fog hung just above shoulder height and muffled the street noise to a soft wash. I carried the marble in my palm. The gate was closed, but the fence was always negotiable. I walked the gravel to the limestone and found the pebbles arranged again. Only this time the steps counted down from 4. I set the marble at the top and tugged my sleeve over my hand, before nudging the pebbles to make something like a staircase. When I turned to go, a thin reply came from the grove by the back fence. It gave me my own breath, the way it quickened, the way it steadied. I kept my eyes on the road and did not answer. Mason came by less often after that. He got busy with another job. When he did come, he avoided the fence like it stung him. He would tell me about a white shape he thought he saw by his apartment stairs, about crossing to the other side of the street when he heard a whistle that felt like it came from inside his own mouth. He tried to make it light, but he had stopped whistling to his dog at night, and the dog had started to hesitate at the bottom of the steps, as if he knew where sounds belong and where they don't. One night Mason said it visited his back stoop. He had been washing dishes, and the whistle came from behind the screen door. His exact 2-note. He stood without moving until the window cooled back down. It found its way to my girlfriend too. I kept my night shift from spilling over into her place as a rule. It's hard enough to sleep with someone who works while you do not, and the last thing she needed was my strange new hobby of paying attention to the dark. She texted once at 2 a.m. that someone had knocked without knocking. When I called between customers, she said it wasn't a knock like a knuckle on wood. It was the sound of my door chime at work. The same 2-tone but small because it came through her bedroom window. She asked if I was okay. I lied and said kids must be messing around. After we got off the phone, the door chime went twice in the empty store. I shut off the overheads for the first time and stood by the coffee machine listening to the radio voices that sounded like people talking in another room. After that, I tightened up. I kept the radio low but steady near the back door. I broke my routine on purpose. I swept first, then counted, then filled the cooler, and if something outside tried to line up with me, it had to guess wrong. When the door chimed from a tree line, I let the sound be nothing. If the whistle came, I did not return it. I took small things back up the hill, a bottle cap here, a shell from the river there, and left them at the limestone without touching the pebbles. I don't know if any of it would qualify as rules. It felt like the only way to move in a place where names did not work right. Business turned when summer traffic hit and the fog thinned. People came in with sand on their floors and asked for ice and sunscreen. Long after midnight, kids hopped out of minivans and dragged their feet down the gum aisle. I still heard the sounds now and then. My chime in a place with no electric, Mason's whistle in a hedge by the dumpsters. But they slid farther out and took longer to repeat. The marble stayed where I had left it, or maybe it went on a walk and came back. I didn't test it by checking too often. Carl asked once if the radio helped, and I told him it did. He nodded like that was the only answer that mattered. He asked if I had learned anything else. I said I learned you can live with a noise that doesn't belong to you if you don't let it decide where your feet go. I wanted to ask him more about the boy, about how long a town has to tell a story before it turns into a tool, but I wasn't sure which part of the story I'd already used up. I never saw anything I could name. The closest I came was a night when the fog lay in a low band across the cemetery hill, and something darker than fog made the band flex. It held still until I decided I had seen nothing, and then let the cedars sway like they were back on their own time. I closed the drawer at 4, grabbed my backpack, and walked out without looking at the slope. The chime behind me sounded for a customer I didn't have to help. I unlocked my car and paused at the hood to make sure the metal was empty. It was. I put my hand down on the cool paint for a long breath. Now and then, Mason will send a short video where the dog is sitting by the door, ears up, or my girlfriend will mention hearing a faint sound that stopped when she turned on a fan. It hasn't been that close in a while. Summer will get lean, and fog will return thick, and I will be here again under the canopy with a broom in my hand listening for what a night thinks I should do next. When the door chime calls from somewhere it does not belong, I let the sound rise and fall like any other part of town. I keep the radio low. I move on the beat I choose. I leave the hill to keep its own count. Small stones and a pattern only it needs to understand. The house smelled like cardboard and lemon cleaner. I kept the windows open while I worked in the afternoons, carrying boxes to the driveway and sorting piles into keep, donate, sell. A thin line of ants had found something sweet behind the fridge and moved in a careful procession along the baseboard, turning one corner after another as if they had always known the floor plan. Every hour or so I swept them up and wiped the same path again. It felt like the precise core my aunt would have expected. In the quiet late light of autumn, that's how I remembered her, a person who believed that neatness restored a room, or even a life if you let it. I had come back to Lakewood to sell the house after the funeral. My aunt kept lists in pen and dated each one. I started on her final list like it was a rescue rope. Meet the realtor, pack the dining room, pick up the death certificates. When I ran out of errands, the afternoon stretched. I drove loops through the town, so I could feel how much it had changed without me. The mall had new letters stuck over the old letters. A coffee shop had taken over the pastry counter my aunt liked. Traffic along Detroit Avenue made threaded lines of red lights that softened in the early evening damp. On a Tuesday, I cut through the cemetery on Madison Avenue to avoid a utility crew. I parked at the end of a row of bare shrubs and walked a bit. The ground had the cold sweetness of turned leaves. I kept my hands in my jacket pockets and mapped the old names, the ones I remembered from school and Little League, the ones that went back before anyone I'd ever met. There was a bronze statue I'd always thought looked out of place, a figure with one arm raised, the other pressed to its chest like it was feeling for a heartbeat. The pedestal around it had a ring of gravel and a knee-high railing that kids used to hop over. That's where the ground was sinking. Not much at first. A shallow sag at the base, small enough to miss until you stepped close. Fresh gravel lay in bright gray patches like patchwork on a shirt, and it slid down toward the statue's feet. The railing had tipped inward, and one post was twisted out of its socket. When I tested the ground with my heel, it gave a little and held. I stepped back quickly and took a breath. I pretended it was just because of the cold. The next day I mentioned it to Matt. We had been neighbors when we were kids. Now he did home inspections and had a way of tilting his head that made every problem look solvable. He came by the house to check a crack in the plaster and ended up in the kitchen with me, sitting on upturned paint buckets, eating donuts out of the box. "Nobody's going to like that," he said when I described the sag. "At least the historical people won't. We can shore it up." I said we didn't work there. "Still," he said. He wiped sugar on his jeans, stood and picked up the broom like it was part of the plan he'd just made. The following afternoon we took 2 bags of gravel from his truck and a short length of 2x6. It rained a little and then stopped. The air smelled like wet iron. We got to the statue and neither of us said much. Matt set the board along the railing to make a ledge, and I held it while he wedged stones under the board, tamped with his hammer, then finished with the gravel. The ground accepted it all. The heavy river stones, the bright gray chips, whatever we could feed it. I watched the grit roll and slide, watched it gather at the statue's shoes. "You're throwing money at a hole," a woman said from the sidewalk. She was older than us by a decade at least, a reluctant dog tugging at her sleeve. "It's buckling," Nat said. "We're just trying to fill." She nodded once, a concession to the physics of everything, and stared past us at the figure's blunt face. "There's a thing they used to do," she said, "not quite to us. Names. They would read names. The list keeps it from taking. That's what I was told when I moved here." "The list?" I said. "Sometimes it went worse after," she said. "It depends who you ask." The dog gave up and sat. She tightened the leash around her hand and looked at me like she was checking if I understood the part of the town I had missed. They'd read out whatever names were written down that week. Old families, whatever turned up on the backs of things. Not all of them are good to say. "Well, good luck with the gravel." She started to walk, then turned back. "If you take anything from here, you bring it back," she said, "or you read until it's done." She shrugged like she'd only half heard her own voice, and left with the dog. We kept working until the light thinned into a blue that made everything look the same. We were both damp. The board held, the gravel looked tidy, an edge that said someone cares. We stood and watched nothing happen for a minute like it was proof. That night, in the back bedroom of my aunt's house, I coughed hard enough to sit up. A taste like chalk sat thick on my tongue. I put my hand to my mouth and found gray dust there like I'd been sanding drywall in my sleep. There was none in the sheets. The windows were closed. I got up and went to the sink and spit. The water ran cloudy for a second and then cleared. I sniffed my palm, the way you do when you think you caught a strange smell and want to be certain. It was like wet gravel, like the bucket we had emptied. In the morning, the coughing was gone. I swept the kitchen and found nothing odd. The lemon cleaner smell made my eyes feel wet. I moved through another list and tried not to look at the clock. People in town talk. I ran into the woman again near the square, and she told me about the name reading as if it were a historical fact. It started after a fire, she said, when the hillside behind the cemetery charred in a long stripe. Someone had spoken a name that the ground liked, or maybe that was the wrong word. She gave me the feeling of a page caught in a book you can't open, a rumor folded into itself again and again. They say it took less when the names were read, she said. Some years no one bothered and nothing happened anyway. People move, people forget. I went back to the statue with Matt and found a small metal tag half buried at the base of the railing. It was no bigger than a thumb knuckle, punched with a hole like it had once belonged on a ring or a board. The letters were shallow and worn smooth by rubbing or weather. GRA, then a scrape and then M, maybe N. Matt held it sideways and squinted. Might be from the maintenance guys, he said, like a marker, or from somebody's tool. I rubbed the letters with the pad of my thumb and felt their shallow bite. I slid it into my pocket because I was thinking about the woman's list, and because I wanted something to put on my aunt's desk that wasn't a bill. We carried another bag of gravel, we tamped and paused and tamped again. The rain started, then stopped. The sky clicked between gray and brighter gray. A couple of people watched us with the brief interest reserved for small local efforts, and then went on. What I told myself afterward is that I wasn't trying to do anything supernatural. I was trying not to look at a trouble I couldn't fix. I felt better when my hands were dirty. So when I said the letters that might have been a name, it came out of that place a practical experiment, like tapping a wall to find a stud. Graham, I said, then grimaced. It sounded like a joke. Graham, I tried. The ground let out a sound like a throat cleared quietly. The gravel settled a fraction of an inch. It was the sort of movement you feel more than see, the way a full bin of coffee grounds will sink when someone knocks the edge. Matt took a step back. I've never seen his face go so blank. He looked at me and then at the statue and then at the place where the board met the railing. I think we're done, he said, voice level. That night I coughed again and spit gray into the kitchen sink, until my teeth felt coated. The realtor called and wanted new photos. I arranged furniture by the front windows, and swept up the line of ants that kept finding their scene. When I opened the desk in my aunt's room to look for a note about a plumber, I set the metal tag on a stack of folders. It looked like a thing with a purpose. The light caught the shallow letters. I couldn't tell if it wanted to be kept or returned. That's the thing people don't say aloud when they talk about coming back to handle a house. The moral sense of objects is always louder than you expect. A pot holder wants to stay. A lamp wants to leave. A tiny metal tag hangs between. I took it with me when I met Matt 2 days later. We stood near the statue again, in a slow afternoon when the trees had that flat, unglamorous glow they get after a day of rain. He had found an auger bit that might help us tamp deeper, to reach under the sink like we were fitting a plug. This is not what the city would do, he said, but it might make you feel better. He meant me, since he hadn't been there to clean his sink after waking with dust in his mouth. We worked until the bit met something that sounded hollow. He saw my expression and set the tool down gently. The metal of the statue felt cooler than the air. When I leaned a hand against it to steady myself, I pulled out the tag and held it up near my face to block the figure's feet, as if the small metal thing could cover the whole of what we were doing. When I said the name again, the settling came like a sigh through the ground. This time it felt like a held breath had been let go. Matt was still looking at me when a woman with a camera walked by and took a picture. "I don't think we should be here," he said calmly. We left the way people leave a room with a sleeping baby, slowly with a hand on the doorframe, careful not to bump anything that might creak. He didn't ask about the tag. I didn't offer it up. We split at the crosswalk and I went back to the house with my pockets feeling heavier than they should. At home, things were wrong in small ways. The lamp by the sofa flickered once and then settled. The kitchen clock lost a minute and placed it somewhere else. I checked my phone, checked the microwave, checked my watch. When I turned on the faucet, I heard the sound beneath the sound. The hiss layered under the rush of water like someone dragging a broom in the basement. I unplugged the clock and set it on the counter to see if battery power would make it honest. In the late dark, I woke to the feeling that my mouth was full of powder. I breathed shallow until it went away and waited for my body to feel like it belonged to me again. The next morning, I went straight to the cemetery with the tag in my pocket, just to look. The gravel had slumped against the statue's shoes. The board had tilted into a new angle as neat as a straight line drawn just off level. I crouched and placed my fingertips on the stones. They were cold, and then they were cold in a different way, as if I'd dipped my hand in water. A man in a reflective vest stood nearby, measuring the drop with a survey rod. He didn't say anything to me, and I didn't say anything to him. The sound of his tape measure coming back into its case was like the rip of heavy paper. He wrote numbers on a pad and walked away. By the time I turned around, I had made a decision without knowing it. I left the tag in my pocket and drove home along the same loop I always made, past the discount store and the pizza place with the thin neon slices in the window, past the elementary school where the trees lined up like patient people waiting for a bus. I told myself I was holding on to it until I knew what to do. That afternoon, I boxed my aunt's measuring cups and her stack of recipe cards. I found her handwriting everywhere, small, neat loops that made the list of things to do feel both important and possible. When the gray came up in my mouth that night, I was ready with a mason jar. I stood over the sink and tried to see if the sediment settled faster than ordinary grit. It did not. It left a pale ring and made a faint sound on the glass when I tapped it with a spoon. The next day, sweeping the ants again, I found a single piece of gravel under the radiator, a perfect twin to the cemetery stones. I told myself I had tracked it in on my shoe, something ordinary. I put it on the windowsill. In the afternoon, the sun warmed that spot, and the stone looked almost blue. People stopped me on the sidewalk because my aunt knew everyone. They dropped their voices when they asked how I was doing and whether I needed anything. A man with a hardware store logo on his jacket asked if I'd heard about the thing at the statue. "It keeps going soft," he said. "My uncle used to say you had to read off a roll. It's always worse after a fire. That old one was a long time ago now." He meant that first stripe of black on the hillside the dog walker had mentioned. It was in the old newspaper pictures in the library. People gathered on the grass looking at a horizon that had shifted a little. No one looked scared. They looked like they were trying to see. On Friday, I took the tag out of my pocket and set it on the kitchen table. Then I took it back up, then set it down again. There was a comfort in holding it that felt almost stupid. I didn't want to be a person who picked up some small thing from a graveyard and brought it home, because I liked how it made me feel like I held a key. I also didn't want to give it up until I understood what it had closed and what it had opened. When Matt came by, he stood in the doorway like he wasn't sure if he should come in all the way. He asked about the coughing, and I said it was better. I didn't tell him about the jar. He looked tired in a way that seemed older than him. "You know how my job is to figure out what's underneath things," he said. "Sometimes you get a floor that sounds wrong, a beam that flexes. You can tell there was a mistake you can correct, like a cut that's too short. But sometimes you can't assign the cause. The ground is wrong, and then the house is wrong, and you can make it pretty by shaving and patching, but it's going to tell you what it is later, and that's not a fix." I said I got it. He looked at the metal tag without touching it. "If it were me," he said, "I'd return that, or I'd stop using it to get a reaction. Whatever it is that's listening, if anything is, that's a loop I don't want to feed. Her left with a soft wave. I turned the tag over in my palm and thought of the way the gravel had settled. I thought of the woman with the dog, speaking the town's rule like it was a recipe. Names are for keeping or releasing. Names make a path. In the end, I did what people do. I chose the thing that made me feel like a person who makes good on debts. I put the tag in my jacket and walked to the cemetery as the light thinned. There were stains on the concrete around the statue that looked darker than water. The sinking ring had widened. I crouched and slipped the tag between the railing and the edge of the board. A small return. On impulse or out of a need to mark the act, I said the name again. I said it softly, the way you might say a child's name when you're trying not to wake them. The ground accepted the sound the way it had accepted the gravel. The hair on my forearms lifted, and then, as if a hand under the earth had turned a palm up, the ring of stones rose a fraction and shifted toward me. My knee knocked the railing. The movement stopped. It left a new line in the grit I could trace with the tip of a finger. When I got home, the jar on the counter looked innocent. I unscrewed the lid and tipped it into the sink and watched the gray go. After that, the house settled in ways I could ignore. A door clicked open overnight. I blamed the furnace. The clock regained its minor and then lost it again. The ants found a different scene. The coughing came less. In the afternoon light, the front room looked almost like it had when I was a kid, except for the empty space where the bookcase had been. I stretched drop cloths and set out paint. The realtor sent a text with the date for the open house. I wrote a new list in my aunt's handwriting to see if I could copy the neatness, and then I made one in mine. I still go by the cemetery sometimes, mostly because it is on the way to the hardware store. The statue stands like it always did. The ground doesn't want what I can give it. I don't try to force a plan onto it anymore. A person like me wants solutions to be linear. You adjust this, that changes, I know better now. You can say the name, and it will listen, or it won't. You can bring back what you took, and the line in the stones will still show where it shifted. I raked a small patch of yard out back this weekend. The leaves were brittle and sweet and made a soft sound against the rake ribs that I felt between my teeth. Under the last pile near the concrete step, I found a single bright fleck the size of a pea. It was gravel, the same as all the rest, ordinary imperfect, no different from what lines any driveway in town. I sat on the step and rolled it between thumb and forefinger till I lost track of time. Then I placed it on the rail of the porch, just where the late light warmed it, and went inside to wash my hands and make coffee. There are things you correct, and there are things you live next to. If the ground needs to be spoken to, it can wait for someone else with a better voice. Mine is just going to say what it needs to say, and then it's going to let the rest be. The house will sell or it won't. The lists will end. The names will keep being said by whoever keeps them, or not. The ants will find another scene. I didn't make it to the funeral. People told me it wasn't my fault. Weather delays, airport closures, the kind of chain of mishaps that becomes almost comic when you don't care about the punchline. But the empty chair in the front row of the chapel and the spare length of black ribbon in my suitcase haunted me for weeks after, as if grief itself had flown on without me, and I was forever trailing it at a distance, breathless and apologizing. Before she died, Mama pressed my hands and said, "If I can't go to her, at least you will. Take me to Ruth." Ruth was her sister, the first aunt I'd ever heard of, but never met. A name that lived in family stories like a lost coin. You only remember when you hear it rattle under the couch. Mama told me Ruth was buried across the river in Kentucky, in a city where freight trains groaned at night and sycamores leaned over headstones like old men confiding. I promised. The way you promise the dying. No caveats, no later, just yes. By early autumn, when my grief had hardened into a steady ache, I packed the ribbon and her obituary folded down to a soft square. I drove south with coffee I didn't taste, and a map dotted in ink, where the highways braided toward the river. Kentucky rose up as a long green breath, the trees still heavy with leaves, the late sun laying gold on the water. I crossed the wide steel-limbed bridge. and the river below looked like something alive, shouldered and patient, carrying stories down to someplace I couldn't see. The city clung to the banks on both sides. Brick, glass, a single line of blue cranes like herons at rest. I found the cemetery on the city's edge, where the noise gentled into a murmur, and the river's presence was a kind of constant awareness, like a thought you couldn't quite remember. The gate was wrought iron, the letters arched, and the gravel path flexed beneath my tires. Cave-like clusters of oaks and sycamores kept the sudden heat at bay. The stones were crowded together like neighbors who never moved away. I didn't go straight to the grave. I walked, reading names aloud under my breath like I was calling roll, letting the day back me down toward evening. The river breathed under the hill, and a train whistle lifted from somewhere I couldn't see. A breeze lifted and laid down the long grass in waves. I hadn't prayed much in my life, but I found myself saying, "I'm here," the way you speak into a dark room before you turn on the light. Ruth's headstone wasn't hard to find. I had the plot number and a small laminated map. Someone had marked a careful X with ballpoint. Her marker was simple, her dates bridged by a dash that looked too short to hold a whole life. A vase stone with the same speckle as the marker sat empty at the base. The grave beside hers was anonymous. No name left, or maybe never added, to the other side. A veteran with a small flag faded to a wistful pink. The sun slanted down and the shadows thickened into their evening selves. A few city noises stitched through breaks, squealing afar, laughter that rolled and then was gone. I laid the black ribbon across the top line of her name. I set down the bouquet I had brought. Not roses. Wildflowers from a market. Blue stem, asters, goldenrod, purple coneflower with their ruddy centers. The stems were damp and smelled faintly of river silt. "I'm sorry," I said aloud, and the word loosened something I didn't know I'd cinched tight. I should have been there. I should have. I stopped, because there's a way grief makes you confess to crimes you didn't commit. I held a small, clumsy ceremony with the short list of things I had. Mama's obituary, folded into a shallow paper boat, and set on the stone like a votive. A thermos lid of coffee poured at the base, the way she always said, "A little for the ground, a little for the soul." I played a voice message she'd left me 2 summers ago. A nothing message about tomatoes coming up in the heat. Her voice the exact shape of a smile. The sound was thin and private in the thickening evening. When the sky finally gave up the last of its light, I lit 2 tea candles and set them on the stone shoulders. I felt foolish and reverent in equal measure. The flame stood steady, a little gold more in all the gold. Fireflies came up in the grass as if drawn by kinship. "Ruth," I said, "she asked me to bring her to you." Then the wind rose. Not a big wind, not theatrical, just a shift significant enough to lift the ribbon and set it drifting down, so it fell across the carved dates with a care any hand might have placed. The temperature had it in mind to drop unspectacular autumn, doing what it does, but the change felt like a presence settling beside me. I could hear the river more, as if it moved closer, as if it exhaled. I have told this part carefully, because there are versions that feel too certain, and versions that let the moment slip away. The truth is somewhere between a seam that can hold both. The air over the grave took on a density, a clarity I can't otherwise name. It wasn't light, not like we mean it, but I saw a kind of translucence gather, a thinness in the air that had shape and tenderness. 2 shapes, in fact, emerging like breath on glass, resolving into faces. Fingers have just traced. They were faint as reflections, but where there should have been nothing, there was each of them. One with hair pinned in the way I'd always known Mama to do it, when she peeled apples. The other with that same mouth when she rested, lips pressed with a resolve that wasn't angry, just set. I didn't think. I just sat back on my heels and reached for the stone to steady myself. The tea candles flickered and held. The grass bowed all at once and then was still again. "Bertie," said Mama, and that was my name in her house, the only person who had the right to use it without explaining. "Ruth," I said, and the name slipped out like a key and made sense of the lock. The figures were not separate from the night. The night made room. There was the impression of clothing without pattern, hands without skin, a quality like river water catching streetlight. Mama's head inclined. That bare few degrees she'd always used when I was about to cry. The look she'd send me across a pew or a table that said, "Not yet, hold." "We couldn't leave," the other said. Her voice had the low music of Eastern Kentucky, that gentle limestone roll. And when she breathed in, it made the candles hesitate. She kept waiting to tell me one more thing, and I kept waiting to hear it. Mama laughed. Oh, the old laugh. The one that came from under all the years and the sickness and the oxygen line, and put or seemed to put her hand over her sister's. I really believe I saw the two sets of fingers overlap, as if light could nest in light. "You brought me Birdie," she said, and the apology I'd hauled with me that whole long drive cracked open and drained away like rain soaking into a field. "You did good." I must have been crying. The night blurred and sharpened, and the stars above the sycamores were not yet out, but I felt their promise. In that same delicate transparency, I saw Ruth turn toward me. There was the feeling of eyes meeting mine, though if you asked me to draw what I saw, I couldn't draw it, only what happened around it. "Tell Dora," she said. Dora, my mother's middle name, used only by those older than the story of why. And I felt my chest pull tight because there are things you only know if you belonged in the kitchen once, if you heard the voices from the back stairs. Tell her the quilt she thinks she lost is in the cedar chest in the shed, the one with the tobacco leaves stitched in. Tell her I left it for her and I wish I could have seen her face. My breath snagged. That quilt had been the last argument my mother and I had. The way grief will make small things large. We'd circled that quilt like vultures meant for a different meat. "And the recipe?" Mama said with mock sternness. "Don't let her keep wasting apricots." Ruth's laugh was like clinking jars. "Half the sugar, Dora. Double the lemon. And let the jars cool in a basin, not on the rack. It keeps the bottoms from clouding." It was absurd and ordinary. This talk in the half-dark about jam and quilts. It was the most holy thing I'd ever participated in. "Travis'll knock on your door next week," Mama said then, as if she'd been watching a long road and could see me coming. "Don't be mad at him. He's not late. He's just scared. He'll bring the book he borrowed, the one with the boys on the raft." "The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn," I said, astonished, because that book had been part of the funeral flowers. Missing, and I hadn't even noticed until I went to pick up what was left from the funeral home. "Call him in," she said, and I could hear in that instruction the fact that she'd already forgiven me for every time I'd let the phone ring out. "Feed him something." A barge horn sounded on the river, that deep, placid moan. The candles shrugged in their small circles and then steadied again. A moth tapped one, skittered away, left a tiny crescent of ash at the edge. "You found her," I said, choking on the great ridiculousness of saying so, because they were right there, and yet the truth moved through me like a new tide. "You're together." "Stayed too long apart," Ruth said, and there was no regret in it, only a recognition. "Took a granddaughter to put us back." "Always did," Mama said, and the detail hit me with such precision that it could only have been hers. "Birdie, I still owe you for the time you drove me to the post office in the flood, and you said it was an ark if it had wheels. So to stop fussing, remember?" I remembered. We'd laughed until we had to pull over on the shoulder and look at the river rising in the ditch, beyond the fence, and she'd said something about how the river didn't always want to behave, but it wasn't evil, just powerful. I don't know how long I knelt there, the damp wicking through the knees of my jeans, the night laying cool hands on my shoulders. In some measure of it, I told them everything I had been carrying, and in some measure I listened as they answered with small things and bigger ones. Names were said, apologies walked out into the open air and sat down. Memories were passed hand to hand like biscuits at a table, until they were lighter from handling. At some point, the fireflies rose higher, thinned. The candles had melted into twin jungles of wax. City lights winked through the trees, tire song drifting up from the boulevard. The two shapes, still and shimmering, began to thin further, like mist deciding to be air again. "Sleep, Birdie," Mama said, and in the word was everything. The night she'd tucked me in, the soft swat at my ankle when I tried to argue for more cartoons, the prayer said into my hair when I didn't yet know what prayers were for. "We're not far." "We're just over the river," Ruth added, and I understood she didn't mean the water. And then they were not there, or they were there in the way everything is when you know where to look. The place where they had been fluttered once, like a page turned, and then lay smooth. I sat a while longer. The peace I felt was not the absence of grief, but its reorganization. The heavy part had moved, and what remained fit better. I picked up the ribbon and tied it around the vase. I blew out the candles and watched the smoke speak briefly upward. I folded the obituary boat and slid it into my pocket. Later, at the river, I would let it go. On my way back to the car, a whip-poor will called from somewhere off to the left. The river went on being the river, patient and shoulder-strong. As I passed the gate, the iron letters arched overhead seemed less like a threshold and more like the middle of a sentence I'd finally learned to read. The next week, Travis knocked. He stood there looking 17 and 60 at once, hat in hand, the book under his arm. "I found this," he said. "I think it's yours." I called him in. I fed him something. Later, I took my mother out to the shed and opened the cedar chest. The quilt with the tobacco leaves was on top, right where someone had tucked it, narrow leaves appliqued in a patient pattern. We stood with our hands on the fabric for a long time. We didn't say much. We didn't need to. That night, in my own bed, I dreamed the river flowed under my window and every star was a lantern on its back. When I woke, the house was quiet. I could hear a train somewhere. In the kitchen, I set apricots on the counter, sugar in a bowl, lemons in a row like small suns. I filled the sink. I reached for a basin to cool the jars. The grief was still there. Yes, but it had changed its posture. It sat beside me now, companionable, ready to tell me another story. And when I closed my eyes to stir, I could almost feel two presences just over my shoulder, as ordinary and as holy as the river, flowing steady, joined at last.